Test, test, test. All right, looks like we're good to go. Good morning, everybody. I hope you are having a fine morning. We've got some nice gaps up that we're going to be looking at today, and we're going to disseminate those gaps and see what they want to do with them. Because we got some gaps up we'd prefer to sell. We got some gaps up, we'd prefer to keep going. So thanks for tuning in. If you don't know, for anyone that's just joining recently with us, if you don't know the strat, go to the description below, go to thestrat.ai/docs. And if you go in there and go to the what is the strat page, it's very important that when we're talking today, you understand the three scenarios, the 1, the 2, and the 3. And from there, you should be able to figure the rest out. So let's jump in. SPY. We're going to see SPY is gapping up a little bit, and they've been selling it off, right? They sold it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and that all occurred below the weekly open. So this week, we knew the sellers below this were more aggressive, and that's been true. Now, coming into Friday, there could be some short covering on this gap up, or if that seller is still aggressive on the gap up, they're going to sell them back down. So we'll have to see. We're opening dead center of yesterday's range. We'd want to see this taken out, 768.15, and then we could get a short squeeze into the end of the week. But we will have to see if they're strong enough to do that. If we go to the Qs, you're going to see tech slightly different because it's going to open as reversal. And the reason that matters is anyone that was shorting in here, the second that reverses, now there's likely to be some short covering. And if not, and we do get that gap up sell, it would be below that, 714.94. So that's our line in the sand today. If we go to Dow Jones also can be opening inside day, but it'll be a little closer to a 2 up. So you could have the kicking pattern, right? Sell them all the way down and then closer to squeezing out the shorts from yesterday. Then IWM, you can see that's going to have a kicker as well. So IWM, this kicking pattern, you have this long red bar and then gap right here. So at the morning open, ideally what you'd want to be looking at is things taking out yesterday's highs. That's going to be your Qs, going to be your IWM, and we'll see if those shorts can cover. And I'm going to make sure I actually add this to the list here this morning. So we have that here. All right. That being said, so what else do we got? The dollar still is a little weaker overnight. They did firm up a little bit. But what that's given us is a pretty nice move overnight in gold. So you'll see gold gapping up. And we are still, if we zoom out on the gold, we're still coming off the bottom of the triangle back down in here from just around 3,955. Now trading, 4,600. So still up and nowhere near changing this month at this point. However, you will see they did hit their monthly magnitude. So there's the chance that we do get some exhaustion risk or some exhaustion of that buying. But we really want to just see it keep going. But what we'll see coming from that is GDX is gapping up. And you can see it's going to be open about 102.69. And this is stuff we bought yesterday at the open if you're trading with us. We also bought this, Wednesday. And, before that on the monthlies down in here. So this is stuff we've been tracking since above this, 80.18. And we gave that out on the X as well for everyone when that broke. But you'll see GDX, JNUG, all this stuff, still long green bars coming into the end of the week. So we want to see, do they finish off the week by really just jamming these guys? Because we still have that dollar weakness and we still have gold very firm. And with that, cryptos, there is a little bit of buyer exhaustion, but not much. So see Solana, right? We got this little bit of an upper wick, but it's still just 2, 2, 2. So this is the reversal, 2, 2, 2, 2. And it's just still going. So this is good stuff. I want to make sure we have this in here today. But you can see, so it's 1, 2 down, 2 up, all the way up in here. Still good. So we'd like to see crypto to keep going. And that tells you a lot of your crypto stocks, Mara, MicroStrategy, etc. are going to be gapping today. So that is on the list. You'll see MicroStrategy gapping up about 10 points. And for those of you guys that were with us yesterday, we had the reclaim of this with powers yesterday, right there. Above 110.65, you're in. Boom. That's pretty good. That's almost 10% overnight. If we go to coin, we're going to see similar stuff going on here. Coin's gapping up as well. And then you will see the other ones at the top of the screen there, Mara, Look at this. So Mara, what's interesting here is that these data centers, they're being shorted due to the AI stuff. And these data centers also hold a lot of Bitcoin. So you got guys that are trying to bet on the market going down, thinking that the AI bubble's cracking, right? But these guys own Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin continues to explode, we might get a short squeeze of these guys. Anyone back in this broadening formation in Mara that's positioned short. So that could be really interesting today if they hold the gaps. The only thing we have to be aware of is with these gaps up, it's good that we're gapping up because we're going through a range. You see we have anyone that's short in here to take out. However, anyone that bought Wednesday, anyone that bought yesterday, they get what they want. The market gaps up. So it's got to stay up there. Because if we start to see that come in, what's going to happen is profit taking into the weekend. So those daily opens on these gaps are going to be very important to us today because we want to know what they're doing today, right? It's gapping up. Everyone's excited. That's great. But if they're not buying today, if they're taking profit today, then it's not going to go. So we need to see that stay up there above those daily opens. And that's why we call it disseminating the gap. We don't have to be the first one in there this morning. We just have to figure out which way it's going to start the day off. And we obviously prefer the upside. Now, outside of that, we did have some Lotto Friday picks. Now, there is some gaps today, which makes it, potentially these guys don't break. But you'll see Uber had the potential 322 below this, and they're gapping up a bit. So we're probably not going to see that break this morning, or at least not right away. IBIT, yeah. IBIT is the Bitcoin. Yeah, and if you wanted to, we can look at those cryptos quick. But IBIT, this is your Bitcoin trust. And you can see the strat, just how beautiful that is right in here. The slightly lower lows to this stuff, and that 2-2, right? It's still going. So this is really good stuff. But you will also see G-Sol, Solana staking ETF. So this is another one. You see it's working on this triangle to take this out. And this is the one I got my girlfriend in. So you can go and trade those crypto ETFs, but you'll tend to see more leveraged moves on things like MicroStrategy or bigger moves, especially because there's a short interest on MicroStrategy that is really interesting there. But let's get back to it. So Etsy. So this was another one setting up a little bit better in Uber, right? You can see if it gaps up very slightly here, it could go gap up sell, take this out, which takes this out, and then all of a sudden we're back into this 3 to try and take the other side of the broadening formation. And you can see the higher highs, lower lows, higher highs. If it reverses, you're going down there. And if we look left, anyone that's buying Etsy in this range, we could take them all out below this. So if that were to kick in, that is interesting to us. And then MP and Tesla. So MP, since the market's going up, this would be where anyone that was short yesterday, we did stop some longs out. Anyone that was short yesterday in here above 55.77, they got some issues because they're going to have to cover that short. And if we zoom out, this hammer rev strat is a slight lower low back in the direction of the big monthly broadening formation, which you can see in here, this big monthly one. I want to turn these off. Oops. Just show me the big one. There it is. But you can see the big monthly broadening formation here. So it made the slight lower lows. We got slight lower lows in here to come back through that. So MP today, that's a good one right at the open that we could be watching. And then Tesla. Had the inside day, and you'll see it's gapping up very slightly, just ever so slightly. So that does mess with us because when you gap, you open directly into the broadening formation. So when we look at Tesla, we're going to open as a 2, which means it's got to stay. If it reclaims yesterday's highs, you're going outside bar. So we just got to be aware of that. We prefer not to see things gap if we're going to take the break, but we do see that. The only other thing I want to add is this morning, outside of all the crypto stuff that we already see, Rost had some earnings come out. And you'll see Rost, this is what we call pivot machine gun. So they've been selling this 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, gaps up. So what happened? They sold the heck out of this thing, and now it's gapping up. So if anyone's short Rost, and this is good news, we've got all of these guys to come back through. Anytime that day is green, we'd like to go back into the highs here, about 12 points higher. So that's an option for Lotto Friday. Just be aware this will tend to be more illiquid. I'd prefer to just look at IWM if you're looking for liquidity, just because you're probably going to have tighter spreads there. But that is the gist. So we've got about 12 minutes till market open. And if you have anything you're looking at that I might not be, we can take a look at that pre-market and we might add it to the list as far as what we're tracking today. And while you guys type that in, I'm going to make sure we have our gappers loaded up so we don't miss anything today. AVGO, yeah. That was like, I was looking at my other charts. I was like, maybe we should talk about that. AVGO. So this one's pretty interesting. So you can see this. 3. All right, so there's your broadening formation. 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. That's a trend. Look at all these 2s. And then 1. Now it's gapping up slightly today, but they've been wailing on this one. And if you look at AVGO, you could say, oh, we got our support level, but we want to take that out. Broadening formations exist. So if the market's going to go gap and crap, this is one of your opportunities where if it gaps up in here, we could go 3 like this. And this could be a really good Lotto Friday candidate. If we can reclaim yesterday's highs, that's definitely in the probabilities today. That could definitely kick in. So we do like that, and I'll get it added to our overlay here. I'm going to remove Uber from the Lotto Friday list and replace it. ADEA gapping into a 60-minute pivot machine gun. Yeah, so just be aware you have this mother bar, but you're trading it correctly. So you can see, we call this mother bar issues. Look at this, 3. So there's your big outside bar broadening formation. They made the lower low, gap down, and then gap down by, made the higher high. And then 1 stuck inside of the 3. Chop them up like this, back and forth, just destroying them. But then you make the slight higher high, reverse back down, then you make the slight lower low. Now you got the inside bar. So we'd prefer, come back through it like this. But you have this mother bar issue where you're stuck inside of this. So how are you getting outside of that? Just be aware. Meta, inside day, let's see it. All right, so if we look at meta, you can see the preferred would be inside day up. So you have target, target, target. And what that means is you could probably go after those 555 calls above 549.99. You go 552 and a half. And if that works, 560, right? So 552 and a half, 555 calls would be worth $5 in the money, the 555s. You could also see meta inside down if things were to open a little weaker. So you can play that either way. NBIS. So you have the hammer. You got slight lower low hammer. So 2-2 reversal. Now the thing is this going to be strong enough to take out these guys up in here? Because if you can't take that out, you're going to make a lower high and you're going to start coming back through this broadening formation. So if we go to the weekly, right? You're trying to buy this thing. Next week, it's a short below this week's low. So we'd prefer to see it go 2 up this day and then 2 down Monday to short it back in the direction of this and this and this and this. Take them all out. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. AVGO had a new deal. Oh, so you might have some news on it? All right. And we'll go to the futures for the futures, guys. So if we look at the futures, you can see your broadening formations. And, people call it this and that, but in reality, everything's broadening. So when we look in here, you'll see the all-time highs get taken out here. And then you get the slight lower lows here. So there's your higher high, lower low, higher high, lower low. And then if we look in here pre-market, what do we see? 3, there's your broadening formation. Higher high comes back in. Where's it going? Down in here. So pre-market, we already have them 3-2-2 below this to take this out, this out, this out. Trying to come back through these guys. And that matters because notice this day. It's not a reversal. It's a retracement. It's inside day. So the week is still reversal down. We're going to have to deal with this next week, right? You're nowhere near reversing that. And the day still hasn't reversed to change what the week's doing. So they sold Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. Still inside, but that could change. So this 3-2-2 is trying to do that right now. If we go to like a 4-hour basis, about 36 minutes, so the second 30s of the day, you'll have a shooter maybe form. So we'll see how that New York Open plays out. Riot? Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, you just got to gauge your magnitude, know where price is going. The slight lower low, it's going up there if we're right. So if that day is green today, you got all day to go to 24. And that's how continuity works. If you go to Mara, right, same thing. So if we look in here, if the day is green, we got all this stuff to target up in here at 13. So it's good. Bull. Is that Weeble? Woo! Nice gapper you got there. So you can see they gap it up into the top of the broadening formation here. Right to the top, and then gap up sell. And this is why we have to be aware, right? Just like today, all these green bars yesterday that are gapping up, this can happen, right? They can take profit on a gap up. So you just want to be aware of that. But you would be correct to say it's closer to the 2-2 back down after earnings, yep. And you can see, technically you're still in a downtrend and you're not. Look at this. So this would be the big levels of reclaim. All of this stuff, you can get above it to go back to all-time highs. But they're failing to do so. So when you look at these sub-triangles, if that goes 2-2 day below 883, you got all this. Now, just be aware, you don't got much meat on the bone here. So, if you're shorting shares, you could make 50%. That'd be decent. But it's what, $9 to $5? But that is a beautiful broadening formation. This is this type of stuff you want to time. Because if you're right, let's say you hit the bid and it goes wham, starts wailing on them through 7. It's like, yeah, you're going to $4. Way down there. Selling my coin and MicroStrategy on the gap up. Have a couple things to do this morning. Yeah, so you can see Powers, this is one of our bigger traders. He trades, tens of thousands of shares, millions of dollars worth of shares. This is what he's doing this morning. He bought it yesterday. It's gapping up 10 points. He's like, I'm going to sell it. And this is exactly why you have to be aware. Every day matters, right? People will say, oh, it's above my level, therefore, it has to go up today. It's like, no. No, it could open up, and you could have someone who's been bag holding, and they're like, all right, this is my time. This is my chance. Let me get out. And then they might do that at the open, and then it recovers later, which is what we would like to see. So just be careful these gaps up, but we want to see them go. Good morning to everyone that's just joining in. And by the way, for those of you guys in community stage on the Discord, if you type in free chat, I will take a look there. Looking at miners on gold and crypto, perfect. That's exactly where we're supposed to be looking. It's where we've been looking all month. All last month, all month. Give us crypto and gold. TTWO setup. Oh, that's pretty decent. You got some triangle to work in here. If that works, you go outside month. There were 400 million premium SPX calls bought yesterday for a close above 8268.9 by year end. I mean, if the dollar keeps crashing out, I wouldn't be surprised to see, markets go up. And we got to remember when things happen matters. So when you look at the SPY, everyone's like, oh, it's got to crash, right? It's like, it's been going up too much. And I've seen some very good traders saying that. Now, it's not to say we can't go down, right? Maybe next month they reverse, but it's like this year's bright green. If it was going to crash, you'd have to be below that. So going into the end of the year, it does make sense that we would see things continue to heat up, especially if we go to the dollar, especially if the dollar continues to puke, which you can see they sold a good amount of the dollar this month. We still got all month. We still got 10 days left, and we got all of next month to see if they keep following through on that. What do I think of single stock futures? It's a blessing. It's a huge blessing. Because if you know the strat, then you know how to get into stocks, which means you can get these leveraged futures positions that are like options positions that don't expire into these, highly volatile stocks, which is amazing. And they're probably going to be 24/7, which means you can have stops overnight. So it's like you don't have theta, you get your stops, and you can use tight stops. You have no PDT, you get leverage. Oh my gosh, right? Like I told everyone, once that's all worked out and fleshed out, I might just switch to only doing that. And with the no PDT rule, that's, even better as well. Netflix, let's see it. Yeah, so Netflix. So you can see they're grinding them up inside day. So when we look at this, you have this inside day, it'd be momentum, but you'd be back through these guys. So if you look up and left, if Netflix is going to explode today, you'd want to break above 81 and work into this. Now, just notice, though, this doesn't really move. So it's like you might get $3 at the best. I would see $3. What we'd prefer is inside day down. Whole market gaps up. This goes inside day down, and now people have to get out. But above that, right, 81.08, then you could go after the buys. Or maybe you get like slight lower low in here and then go. But the reason I'm not looking at it is it's not really moving as much as it used to after all those splits. Now when we go to the big time frames, you can see there's a 3 in here, there's a 3 in here, there's a 3 in here, there's a 3 in here. So what's this showing you? These are all the levels of reclaim. So if you can get above that, with that inside day breaking above, 82.25, then you reclaim all those outside bars. And that matters because a 3 is a broadening formation. So you can see like this one, 3, it goes up, then it comes back in. When that's below this high, you know it's going to take that out. So if that inside day works and you reclaim that, maybe it helps out, speed things up. SSF, need more volume, but when we get it. What's SSF? Are you talking about Netflix? All right, here we go. So SPY opens inside day, and you can see they gap it up. The weekly seller is still there right at the open. So they're willing to sell some more on the gap up. But they're inside day, so just be aware of that. We prefer not to trade those inside bars, because when you go inside, you can get pretty stuck. AVGO, it gaps up. The second that's red, that is trying to cause some trouble, but it's got to reclaim yesterday's highs. So if that's red, you got EVGO doing it as well. Ross, so far on the gap up, is red. So you can see it gaps up, and they're still selling. Whoever is selling in here, they're still selling. Unless you can go flip red to green. If you can flip that green, then you could probably come back through these guys. QQQ, we see gap up and sell to start the day. IWM, we see gap up and slightly red to start the day. It did become a 2 up. Gold miners are above their daily opens, so they are holding into the gap up, and that's good because I swung a ton of 0 DTE calls in today, so I'm happy about that. Tell them to stay up there. But on the gap up, selling the Qs, selling the SPY. And that's what we see to start. So if you go to Qs, you'll see here 2, but it reclaims. So that's a 2 becoming 3 to go outside bar to here, 708. So Qs, anytime that's red, that's what they're trying to do this morning. What a blessing this gap up was. Let's go. I'm going to be selling off my 0 DTEs. That's my main goal this morning. Sell them off so I can pay myself this week. All right. It's about $1,600 on the open, just on some GDX 0 DTEs. I'm happy about that. And Qs still gap up and sell to start the day. So you can see anytime that day's red, yep. And notice how it's just going instantly. Most traders, they're not used to that. But you can see the second one of the day goes 2-2 reversal. The second that kicks in, they are selling. Now, is it going to stay that way? That's the major question. We do see IWM doing the same. Dow Jones is holding up a little bit firmer to start the morning. And then SPY going to be closer to the 5ers down with the Qs. So as we come into the second 5ers of the day, look for those 2-2s back down to cause outside day in Qs. For now, AVGO, it has that news, so that's probably helping it to stay a little firmer here. Microsoft is going outside day, so interesting. Meta, they're staying flat. Apple, there it is, the triangle in Apple. So this is helping bring the market in. 2-2-day reversal, Apple. And you can see it's coming back through a range. So where's it going? Down there, at $300. It's currently 308, and they're bright red. So Apple's going to be weaker than the Qs. What that means is if Qs is going to go 2-2-5ers down, Apple probably goes 3-2. You got all the puke to work with. $32 seconds till the second fibers of the day open up. To start the morning, Mara is still jamming into the highs. Second fibers of the day, Qs right away 2-2-5er down. It's got to stay below that though. IWM, gold goes fibers down, GDX goes fibers down. But if we go to Qs on the fiber, you're going to see you can see the broadening formation in here. So notice yesterday, remember Andre when we were talking about this? Tight. Stop him out, stop him out, stop him out. Oh, is this the real move? Gap him up, take everyone out. 2-2-5er down. It's trying to go all of this range. It might do that in like 15 minutes if that really kicks in. For now, gold miners, second fiber of the day, they do firm up a little bit. The only thing is with the Qs, we don't see IWM following it. Right now, it's going inside fibers, so they firm up a little bit. SPY does go 2-2-5ers down, however, it's inside day, and then Dow Jones is going to be inside day as well. So for now, Qs is the only one that took out the lows. GDX, though, on the flip, second fiber of the day, closer to changing that day back to green. Mara goes to the morning highs, reconfirming the uptrend, 2 up fiber on Mara. So the Bitcoiners following through. There it is, Q's more low day. We still don't see IWM doing it, so it's just QQQ. Tech is doing it. Semis is doing it. 2-2-5ers on the gap up. And you see these broadening formations from yesterday. So they're coming back into the range. It's a matter of anyone that bought yesterday, are they going to start selling on that, which we would like them to do, right? Give us outside day Qs, call it a good morning. We go to Etsy right here. Below 80.85 Etsy, that's going to be your Lotto Friday below here. And you could look at those 80 put. And Lotto Friday means whatever you're putting in there, you're risking the total amount, or at least a majority of the amount of the contract. IWM is closer to fivers down to confirm what QQQ is doing on the gap up sell. We go to Tesla. They did go 2, and then notice, see how it's red. This matters because we know outside bars exist. IWM goes 2-2-5ers down, confirming Qs, so we now have more evidence on the downside. And it's confirming SPY. So we now have 3 of the 4 indexes taking the morning lows out. We'll still see SPY not really going anywhere. And part of the reason that will happen is because anyone short yesterday, when SPY's down here, they might be trying to cover that short position. Imagine you shorted the close, right? You might be defending that position here, or at least trying to. We do see GDX, red to green move day, gold, red to green move day, and I still think we got a lot of upside in here. GDX, as long as that's above here, tell them to get, boy. GOLD, gold, as long as we're above yesterday's highs on the futures, we got way more to come back through, way more, right? And The thing is, green gets greener. Most traders will just say, well, it's gone up too much, I'm going to get out. No, no. They're still buying that today. Red to green move. The second that day is green and gold, we still want more. Even if indexes are going down. It's actually better that indexes are going down because that means they're selling indexes to buy gold and gold miners. That's where all their money's going. Slamazon, let's see. Gold high a day. We told you on the second fibers they firmed up, and they did. Let's see Slamazon. So Slamazon, you'll see the inside day down, pivot, 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 just blowing through stops. Got him. Got him. All right. So we're still seeing the gap up sell, slow, but let's see what the VIX is looking like. So you can see the VIX. They did come in and buy a little bit of the VIX, but VIX inside day, it's not going to help us out that much. More low day QQQ on the second fibers of the day. Just like he said, right? Second that's red, boom, give us outside day. IWM still working on it. But IWM, you had more evidence since it happened after. It's technically the laggard, but it's only a 5-minute signal. So we got 16 seconds. Then the new fibers are going to open up and we'll either confirm or negate it because all trend will start as a 2 and then it has to go 2 again to confirm it. So this also means it could negate, which means on the third fiber of the day here. So they go 2-2 down Qs. The sellers sell down. If the buyers try and buy it above 712.87, that reverses that, and then they try and go trend up. So they did try and sell it for 5 minutes. Didn't stay down. They go inside bar. So what's the next 2? What does that negate, create, or do? The thing that is neat, though, is since the day is so red, it would only be 5 minutes on the upside. So if they only tick up a little bit and don't go anywhere, you might get another 225er to play off of. But gold miners, you'll have the 225er to try and go 222 back to the highs, GDX. And then gold, you have 315 minute. Or actually, it's inside fiber GDX. So anytime it's above this, 102.85, that might kick in. Silver's closer to the 225ers as well. Bitcoin did triangle day out this morning, and even long against this stuff, they got stopped out, and now we're coming back through previous range, setting up some 15er hammers for the second 15 of the New York session. So Etsy did trigger the day, and you can see we want that to go pretty much right away. Now it's inside fiver on Etsy, so they're nowhere near reversing. We need to see what that next 2 is. They go 2 down, they go 1. So we'd like to see like inside down and re-break all that. For now, Qs, semis, inside fibers, nothing changing yet. Tech, inside fiber, nowhere near changing. So tech still much weaker, tech. We go to Apple, when inside fiber down. So 312 Apple down below this, 307.68. We're still trying to go to $300. And if not, this is a 3. So we know that's a broadening formation. And we prefer not to just sell it directly into low a day, but sometimes that's the only one they'll give you. We prefer this goes up first and then try and go for it. So we'll see if we get it. Mara is still at the highs. Bitcoin is firming up, which is going to help out the Mara. It's going to help out your Coinbase on the gaps. So you can see Coin this morning. They're still going after it. If we look up and left, you can see these big broadening formations in Coin. And this is one I posted on Twitter a good few times. I'm actually going to turn this one off. But I posted on Twitter a good few times because if you're going to invest, we know where you'd want to invest. You'd want to do it in Coin and you want to do it around $140. We pointed that out a good few times, right at 140. So it's coming back through again. It's like every time it gets down here, they just want to buy more. So Coinbase, way, way up there, right, is what you're thinking. And that also means you can hold an ad, which is good stuff for the crypto investors. Now, as far as where your resistance is this morning, it's right here, right at high day. So if they're going to really go today, you want to be above this, 187.13 today in coin. And if that's true, you got all this stuff up and left to 197 to target, another 10 points. For now, Qs, they're still trying to trend. If you look at Mara, you'll see as long as that's green on the day on the gapper list, like we said, if that's green, they're coming back through this. Now in the morning, there is signals to get in, and you'll see there's like oneers and inside fivers and whatnot. 3-minute signals like this. We're just not tracking them because there's a lot. Then they're really fast. But if we go to Qs, you'll see 225er down, 2 down again. So what did that do? That reconfirmed the downtrend because they lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. They're still selling. So coming into the second 15 of the day, what are we going to have? Top of the broadening formation, 2-2 reversal right there. All these guys, stop them all out. That's the goal. So that also tells you, look for Etsy. The inside fiver here, if that breaks below this, those 80 put lottos do come into play. Uber is close to taking this out, 78.09, and you'd have a 3-2 15er. Ideally, we'd go 3-1-2, but you got double inside fiver Uber. So Fiverr, Uber, Fiverr, Etsy setting up. And while I have a minute, month, week, day, 65. There we go. So what we'd say is Uber, right, when we analyze what's going on here. It's a 2-2 month. It's already hit magnitude. By the way, gold, slight 2 down fiver, so slight corrective activity gold. See if that can go outside. But it's closer to the 2-2 day, closer to inside fivers down to cause the day. If we go to Qs on the second 15 of the day, they did go 2 down, but they're green. So this is some profit taking on the second 15 of the day. What we need to see is that red and below this if they're going to follow through. Day is still red. 15 is still 2 down, but it's conflicted. So the question would be, are we just going to stop out some of these tight stop guys on the little oneer broadening formation here and then puke? Mara is still holding firm. Gold miners still holding firm. Etsy does go fivers in down. So we go back to daily Etsy. Anyone that bought yesterday, they're in a losing position. And there was people that bought at 83.49, so they got issues. You're below 80.85. Labu Biotech. Yeah, I bet with Myrna that thing's moving a good bit more. That being said, we probably should have had Myrna on the inside day list. Yeah, inside day Myrna either side of that. And you'll see this morning they had a nice 60, went 8%. It's pretty nice. Etsy low day on the inside 5 down to cause the day down. So the 5-minute did what it was supposed to on Etsy by taking them out. You can see Qs, they are still stopping some guys out. Second 15 of the day. We'd like to see if they go slight higher and re-break that. If we're going to get that outside bar. If we go to what the SPY's looking like. SPY's still an inside day, so it's going to be a little trickier. Just because SPY's inside, Dow is inside. What that shows you is that the market stabilized, at least in the S&P and the Dow Jones. And then IWM, it's still closer to just going back to green in IWM. So we call this disseminating the gap because we got to figure out what they're doing. It's like we saw today, they're starting to sell by selling the tech, selling the semis. They're still buying crypto miners. They're still buying gold, and gold miners are still holding firm. And then we got to figure out, are they going to buy the small caps? Does SPY and Dow just, kind of stay flat today? I'm not too certain yet. If we look at Qs, they're still good on the 15. And you'll see they did stop them out. Didn't quite make the higher high, but they just slightly stopped everyone out. And then bam, back into this 3 on the oneer. That's going to re-break the 15 here below 711.41. We still want to see an outside day in Qs. If we go to Uber, we pointed out that fiver to the flip. See how it breaks here at 78.49 instantly. Your stop is here. So you trade 15-cent stop. It triggers the day down. So if it's going to work, you'd want to stay below 78.09. If it comes back, stops you out, so be it. That'll happen. Red to gold. Red to green. Mara, another high day. And when we say there's a lot of signals, you can see there's this inside oneer here, slight lower low, you're in. Gone. Green month, green week, green day, green hour. Algorithms are told to buy Mara. Still going on the gappers. If you go to coin, they're doing the same thing. Slight lower lows, and they're still firm. You see the outside 15 hammer Bitcoin kicked in, and it's going back through a range. If anyone's short in here, and they're close to that outside 60, there it is. The outside bar takes them out. Etsy still below the morning lows. Q's still at low day. I was looking at that MPC yesterday on the inside 60. It did kick in. Nice. Butte. Is AVGO heading for a 3? That should never be a question. You should always know. Let's see. So let's see it. So if it's red on the day, yes. Because if it's red on the day, what it shows you is buyers were in control. They bought aggressively at the highs. However, sellers are more aggressive. So anytime you're below 370.69, that's a potential 3 at all times. Now, if we go to the tenors or the fivers here, you can see they go 2 up, sideways tenor. This is 10-minute inside bar, breaks here below 371.97, and then it works by closing lower. And then it goes inside 15-minute, which breaks here, 370.60 right there below that. So if they're selling it, you could use a sideways 15-minute to do it. The only thing is, what we'd prefer to do on the gap up is like 230 in 9 minutes. So you got your target, you got the reclaim of that, but we want a 30-minute reversal, so we have 30 minutes where the sellers get control, and that would cause full time from continuity below this. So yes, we want that on the flip, second 30 of the day. Mara, still high a day, still good. You had slight corrective fivers, GDX, see if that can send them going. Uber stays down, inside fiver still good. And you'll see, traders will call this a fair value gap. We just call that a winning trade. If you hit the bid and it does that, we want to see that stay there. Because as long as it stays down, you don't have to do anything. If it comes back in on you, then you have to do something. Qs, we had slight corrective fiver closeout. So you can see the slightly green fiver. Now, what that shows you is there's buyers and they're putting their stops against this stuff. So we want to take out low a day. For now, they go inside bar. Still 2 down 15, so sellers still have control for another 8 minutes on the Qs. We want to take this out, and then hopefully that can give us that outside day, or at least get us closer to it. There it is, boom. You can see anyone that bought in here, got him. Etsy does negate, so the fivers did not stay down Etsy. And as I'm looking through all the data we've got here, I would say for those of you guys that are holding off, you can see AVGO, he said below that, right? 370.58, boom, takes them out. And now, see, anytime that day's red, pretty nice, huh? You're already in a winning trade at 2 points. You hit the bid, it goes. And if it doesn't, get out of the way, just leave. So now, AVGO, gauge magnitude, 0 DTEs, where are they going? 358. What do you want to look for? 365 put, 360 put, 362.5, whatever you can get your hands on. And then we'll have that second 30 of the day as well to try and play off of that. SPY takes out the morning lows, 2215 down, confirming the Qs. So you can see that loser in the Qs, and this is why we say let them triangle they out. Slight green fiver, and now they're into the lows, and they are puking. That could be enough to give us that outside day. Maybe, maybe not. We got 7 minutes for the 30s to set up if they don't want to go outside yet. So notice you had Qs 225er short, corrective fiver, 2 down if you're going to add to it. You also had the 2215 short below that, 711.40. So there's a lot of different ways in there. Go to semis. Semis on the 225 are down. You'll see they had the corrective fiver, green, slight higher high, and then bam, go the other way. And they're setting up the 30s with AVGO. So what we do, or what we like, is to add evidence to our positions by looking for the whole sector to do the same thing. Because if the whole sector reverses, it's got to do it. So semis in about 6 minutes, that's closer to the 2230 below this. And if that happens, you're going to go outside 60. And if that happens, you might go outside day. So that's something you'd want to look for. And therefore, if you're looking at AVGO, you have the 2230 AVGO with the semis. Where's AVGO going? 356, right? We've been talking about that since Monday night on our nightly vid, 356. So give us AVGO 356 with the semi-simultaneous break, with the Qs short. Call it a good Friday. Puke. You're getting demolished in there. What a squeeze on XRP. Let's see. We do see gold weakening a little bit. Yep, XRP. No surprise here. Above this, that was your monthly trigger. Bam. And then look at this on the 60. 2-2. Boom. Up they go. Get them. Go get them. Q's 15 magnitude is hit. So when you take the 2215, the magnitude was to take this out, 71051. Now that it's done that, there's an outside 60. And that 3, that shows aggression. The buyers are willing to buy above yesterday's highs. The sellers are willing to sell below the previous hour's lows, way down here. So the buyers are aggressive and the sellers are aggressive today. And why does that matter? That matters because broadening formations exist. And this outside 60 is broadening. Now Q's right away inside fivers. So you can see the target's hit and there's some slight profit taking. And that's why at targets, what you can do is you can reduce or defend. And now we're going to have to see inside fiver, what's the next 2? They're going to probably chop them up a little in here. Sorry if that scared anyone, the sounds there. I know it can be loud. In the Qs/AI trade, APLD is setting up 30s to the downside to go outside day as well for the smaller account guys. We can see Uber is now negating, so we go on the 5 minute. 3 broadening formation, 1-1-2 down, so you could hit the bid. Takes out yesterday's lows, but it doesn't stay down. They go inside bar back up. So where's it trying to go? Back to high day. So it changes what you know is true. We go to Etsy, same thing. So inside fiver down, that works, but then it comes in, stop it out, and then we'll have to see if it sets up again. We do have the second 30s in about 4 minutes. So what we want to seek out is things like this. 3, 2 down and green on the 15 minute for a 2-2 reversal. Or we can look for things like Qs setting up the 2-2-30s. So let's jump in and we're going to go to private strat scanner. We're going to see who's setting up here for the 30 flip. So you can see into the flip. What are the setups? I think there might be some bearish setups, guys. Now, does that guarantee bearish moves? No, because we got the flip coming. But we can see a lot more bearish in here, and we'll quickly jump through the hoops and see what they got. Oops. Let's see what they got for us. Pop that out. Let's jump in. Go XOP. So all the XOP names closer to 2-2-30s on the second 30s of the day. And what that would do is cause potentially some inside days, which actually it's going to be 2-2. These are false prints. There it is. So FANG, you might have the 2-2 day down. XOP might have the 2-2 day down. CHRD would have the day down. EOG would have the day down. MTDR. And you got all the 2-2-30s to cause it. So this is what we like to do. Use a smaller group to cause a larger group, because then you can profit from the larger groups losing trade. So we'll see that on the flip. And that tells you potentially oil services as well. Shooter 30s OIH, which gives you NBR, TDW. And you can see a lot of 2 up in reds. So a lot of shooter 30s OIH as well. If we go to XLE, you got shooter 30s there as well. MPC, VLO, TRGP. So potentially simultaneous break, second 30s of the day energies as reversal. Indexes, you're going to see IWM, SPY, Qs, all setting up. So Qs is an outside bar already, but SPY would be the 2-2-30 for the 2-2-2. That's momentum, because it went down, then up, then down. That's just stopping people out to keep going. Dow and IBM we'll have to see. Dow Jones is obviously much firmer, or at least barely firmer, at least compared to the Qs, right? Much firmer. If we go to Bitcoin miners, closer to the 30s down. If we go to defense sector, closer to the 30s down. If we go to XHB home builders, closer to the 30s down. Do you guys see a theme here? If we go to solar, TAN actually momentum hammer. So if the market firms up, anyone short the solar pre-market or this morning, they got some issues. Now, as far as continuity is concerned, we don't have much of it in the solars, so you don't really have much evidence for that to work out. You have broadening formations, so maybe they kick in. Like FSLR, maybe it kicks through here, but nah. You can see DQ's getting destroyed. Look at that this morning. Wow. But almost everything's on the bearish list as we come into the flip. So we're going to look for that semis. We're going to look for AVGO, and then we're going to look for Qs inside 5 or down to cause the 30s down. And what that means, we can go like this. Bada bing, bada boom. There's your broadening formations. Let's see if they kick in. We'll also see gold in there. And as we come to the flip, so we're a little closer. You always want to know what that next signal is going to be. We're a little closer. We got inside 5 or semis, inside 5 or Qs. So you can see anyone in here on the 5-minute basis. If that goes inside 5 up, you might stop guys out on the flip. However, if we can get the rev strat or the inside 5 down, we'll get that AVGO down, and then you closer to IWM down, closer to SPY down. So we're going to mine the flip. The second 30 matters because those algorithms have to be told when to execute their trades. So on the second 30, are they told to sell at the bid? Markets go down. Are they told to buy at the offer? Markets go up. So let us see. And what I want to do is, I don't know if I can pop this out. We'll see. We can see Qs right on the flip. If we go to the 30s, this is what we mean. It's like sell IWM right on the flip. Now they're buying. Right? It'd be that simple. Now what we want to see is red, obviously. We want to see them go down. Simply because we have all those potential signals. It would be better if we went down. For now, AVGO right on the flip, you can see that's where you defend. So if you short a daily open, 370, down 5 points, almost at low day, about 4 points, you just cover a little bit there. And then if it sets up by going reversal, you can always get back in, but you want to defend. Don't let a loser come against you. GDX goes inside 15, so you might get inside 15 down on the gap up to cause 30s down in the gold. Strategy is also closer to a 2 down, 2 or 2 up, 2 up, 2 down reversal. MicroStrategy. Etsy did go 5ers back down. I apologize, I didn't mention it to you. But 3 2 down 30s Etsy, so they rebroke the day. It's on my upper screen. I was not looking up there. Uber also just did go 5ers down on the flip, so closer to 3 2 30s Uber with Etsy. That's your consumer stuff. So far on the flip, not much has changed. They're just staying inside 30. So AVGO right here below that. 3 right there. 2 down. AVGO. So that's your 2-2 on the gap up. Trying to cause outside day down. AVGO. And it's got to be below 366.40. GDX, slight 2 down, goes green on the 15, looking for rev strat, ideally, if that 15 is green. We're going to add that in here. So you'll see if we go to the 15-minute. Hopefully it loads in. But this inside bar, the low of that is 102.05. The low of this is 2 pennies lower. That means you just stop someone out, and there's a seller in there. So hopefully we trap them and get them going the other way. That'd be in GDX, gold miners. So AVGO, that's the first one to fall. Semis, right here. That's going to be next. And then Qs, that's going to be next with the inside 5 down Qs. If we go to your simultaneous break to measure what the buyers and sellers are doing, you can see they're buying healthcares, they're buying Dow Jones, they're buying materials, so we've already seen the Dow is firmer. Visa today, AXP, Johnson & Johnson, MRK, so more healthcare stuff. And then what are they selling? They're selling OIH, reversal on the new 30s. So you can see these are all those OIH names from before. 2-2 reversal down. They're selling XOP, starting to get those 30s down. MGY, FANG. Just a few. A lot of these are inside bars. So not all the energies are puking right away. But then you go to semis. 7 of the semis that we're tracking here are already down. Oops, where is it? No, 5 of the semis are already down. And you'll see a lot of them fired, but we want them all in force. We want to stay below. So when we look in here, what we would say is those algorithms, they were told, sell, hit the bid, and do it below low a day. AVGO, ON, AMD, QCOM, TXN, ARM, LRCX, Intel, right? Across the board. Now it's got to stay that way, though. We want to see them stay down. So we can get the outside day AVGO. ON's directly to the lows. We'd look for an outside day AMD. Look for an outside day LRCX. Looking for an outside day ARM. And markets have to trade in the direction of the most 2s and 2s going 3. So if we go and take a look today in the semi sector, our weighted evidence, you can see, is to the downside. So it's this red down here. What this is showing you is that 50% of the semis are 2 up and red. The bullish ones, 0.4%. So they're having some issues. There's still a lot of inside days in semis. It's the only issue we've got. But as far as evidence is concerned, we want to see them go down. Unless those dailies can change back to green. Mara does go 15er shooter at the high. So some profit takers in the crypto stuff. And you'll see right on the second 30s. We go to Mara. Notice they're told to buy. Then there's some exhaustion of that buying. And then boom, they're told to sell. Now, is this a reversal taking this out? No. So if we look here, they're buying this month. They're buying this week. They're buying today. They're buying right now. On the 60-minute. And then on the 30-minute, nothing. So it's just profit taking as far as we are concerned. If we go to GDX, we pointed that out. The slight 1 penny lower low. The second that's green, right? Boom, you're in a winning position. And the way we do this is, since we know the strat, that slight lower low, when that comes in, where it's like bang, bang, boom, tight stop. And if it works, we know we can just hold it. Because you don't have to get out of winners. You only have to get out of losers. So if you know how to create a winner, it makes it a lot simpler, doesn't it? Etsy did go into target 1, so the 3230 did kick in. And Etsy, we want to see it down to here, 770 or 77.90. We want to gauge magnitude. That's where it's attempting to go if we can stay down at those lows. So we'll see. And it's lotto stuff, right? So ideally with lottos, you just little smaller size and then try and let them do their thing. Because it's hard to hold all day if you have a big size position. If we look at Qs for now on the 30s, still inside. So notice Qs has not done anything. And this is why we mine the flip. If we go to Dow Jones, 2 up. So they're buying some Dow Jones after weekly magnitude. Go to IWM, inside 15 down. So there's a little bit of selling, but they're still inside 30. We go to SPY. SPY, right on the 30 change, you can see a little bit different. They sell. The second that's green, they're no longer selling. So changed what we know. We did not get a reversal. We got them to firm up. So the question then here is, are they going to be strong enough to take that daily open out and change it? Because anyone short this morning, they could stay short. Unless we take that out, then they got to start covering. And if we look on the 5-minute basis, since they're inside 30, you're going to have this broadening formation. So you see 3 down, inside, and then back up takes this out. So do they go up, inside, and then back down? Or do they stay up here and try and change the day? Semis, if we look in here, they did go 2 down. So the only ones they were able to hit the bid on were the semis. AVGO goes inside 5 at low a day. We pointed out below 370.60. It's trading 366.49, so don't let green go red. If that goes inside 5 or down, we'd like to get more, or at least just stick around. Uber on the flip, you can see it's going reversal. So for now, Uber negates what we know to be true. They go inside 30 stuck. So we can visit Uber in about 22 minutes and see if that changes. AMD still at low day with the 2230s down. ARM, still the 2 going 3 day for the RevStrat down at a 241.50, 3 230s down. So they're still selling ARM. We go back to those semis so you can catch some information. See what we got. So weighted evidence still down as far as we know. And if we go to those 30s, now you have 9 of the semis in force, or at least 2 down. So you can see we still have some of these inside bars, but the way it works is when you're going to get a whole sector to break. Like see how OIH, it's almost everything? First, you get a little bit to break, and then more breaks. So if we have a little bit in force, hopefully it can get better. But for now, we're just not seeing too much crazy follow through. You see LRCX is still down there, MCHP, AMD a little bit. AVGO, right, inside fiber, they firm up. And you got inside NVIDIA, inside ENTG, inside SMCI, inside ASML. And what these inside bars will do is it'll either confirm or negate on the flip. So if they stay inside for another 20 minutes here, then we would get these inside bars to break up or down. And if they break down, everything's still going down. So we'll have to see what can come of that. But there definitely is some selling in there that we want to see kick in. If we go to healthcares, you can see they're definitely buying some healthcares on the second 30 of the day. DHR goes reversal. ISRG goes reversal. Just now. LLY, gap down buy. And this means you got some outside days coming. So we go in here. LLY, gap down. Anytime this is green, it's attempting to go outside day here. You can see Pfizer's inside day up above 28.15 for your Lotto Friday guys. You could be looking at 28.5, so it'd be probably really cheap. And whenever we point something out, like if we say Pfizer above 28.15, what do we mean? What we mean is if we go to Pfizer, anytime you're above that, you can go after it. So if you can identify even if it's a 1 minute, right? If you get an inside oneer here and then it breaks, you can smack it. Because we want to make a winning position and then just hold. So any way you can get in there, you can be aggressive. You can still see Mara on the flip coming in. It's profit taking with the shooter for another 4 minutes. And we'll see what comes of it after. GDX, we pointed out that slight penny lower low. They're still going outside bar. It's good for us. Qs is still stuck in the middle. So still inside 30 Qs. Chopping them up. And you can see this is why we don't want to touch it. Inside, lower low, higher high, then a higher high again. What's going on in here? When you go inside bar, price discovery restarts. And price discovery is broadening like this. So it's like, I bought it. It didn't go anywhere. Stopped you out. I think it's going down. Stop you out. I think it's going up. Chop you up right in the middle. Oh, gosh. What a blessing that we know not to do that, right? If you want to learn the strat concepts, where do you start? Go to thestrat.ai/docs. It is built directly from what is true about price. And if you go there, you're going to learn everything you need. And I probably shouldn't even have it public at this point. Thousands of traders have already gone and used that. You see almost 4,000 traders have gone in here and read these docs. And from what I've seen, there's been a lot of reading going on. So while it's still public, go and check it out. That's where you're going to learn everything. And do not be deceived. The strat is not like any other strategy. It's not a strategy in the same sense. It is knowing outside bars happen, pretty much. That's what the strat is. So when you go and see things like GDX, the second it goes 2 and it starts coming back in, you know to get long because outside bars happen. Which means when you go to the quarter, when this goes 2 on the quarter and then it goes back above 75, you know to get long this quarter because outside bar, boom, there it is. And that's the strategy, cause outside bars to happen. So since you know that, don't be deceived and don't let someone tell you, oh, it doesn't work. It has to work. Outside bars happen. Can't not be. And if you're not doing it right, it's probably because you're not timing those outside bars properly. Because if you buy the gap down on XLV when this goes green on the day, are you making money? Yes. So just do that, all right? You can do that. What scanner are we using? This one's a private one. We're working on getting the public version out there. The reason it's been taking a little bit longer is just because there's so much data that we're sifting through and trying to get to your guys' fingertips. As you can see, right, I'm peeling through this pretty fast, but there's a lot of things that we can pull together. By the way, SPY, here's your broadening information right here. Dink, 2-2 reversal. All right, where are you going? That back down there. So that should help out your Qs, right? Qs, you see this little oneer triangle? Thank God you didn't chop yourself up in here. Here's the higher high, come to make the lower low. That's going to break low day Qs. If we go to semis, puke. Woo! Give us that outside day, semis. Do it. Let's go back to those semis. Let's show you. What do we know to be true? Red gets redder, does it? Remember what we said, right? If you're going to have all the health cares going, you have to have some going first. Same with semis, right? All of them. What are we selling? We're selling all of them. When are we selling it? Below 46.811 on AMD, right? There's the fill. Below 309.95 LRCX, there's your fill. Now trading 307. Where's your fill MCHP? 76.11. Where's your fill MU? 97.94 or 970.94. What about AMAT? Would have been 487.63. How many winners do you got? All of them. You got all of them. Q's low day. Puke. Puke, boy. And you can see the triangle. Bigger, bigger, bigger. What's the real move? My fair value gap. No. All right. Now, what you tell them is you tell them to stay down. You say, Q's, you better stay down there. Because what you just did is you took everyone who's like, I think my BPR is doing X, Y, or Z. And now they're in a losing position. They got to stop out. Where are they going to stop out to? Hopefully yesterday's lows. But it's got to stay below this. Right? All these guys who are losing here, you got to stay below them. Because we know there's broadening formations in there. But we go to semis. There it is. 3 outside day semis. So when we go in here, we pointed out on the second fibers of the day. 2-2 in the semis here. Puke. There's your outside day. Now I have no idea. Why do I have no idea? Because price discovery occurs as a broadening formation. Therefore, they made the higher high. They made the lower low. I have no idea. Right? They did what they're supposed to in the semis. So what that means is you can defend your positions by moving stops or exit. Ideally, we still want Qs to go outside. So hopefully you can see Qs outside day, and that should help at least get some of the semis to follow through on it. If we go to GDX, still good in here. Looking for the 2215 to either get more or hold. If we can take this out. 102.74. We go to Mara. They're still selling on the second 30 flip of the day. So you can see still taking profit. And traders always ask us, how do I know if it's corrective activity or if it's a real reversal? The truth is both. It's always both. Any corrective activity is a reversal. However, when you look at what corrective activity is, what it is you have long green bars and then you have slightly red bars. So when we look at, let's go to GDX, for example. So we look at GDX. This week, where's the weekly open? Right, way down here. So if we just zoom out, this is the weekly open. When it's bright green in here, this has to be profit taking because the week's bright green, the month, quarter, year, bright green. Therefore, that's profit taking, but it's still a reversal, right? It reversed here, goes down 2%. That's still a pretty big puke. Then it reverses here, and then they go off to the races again. So you just got to be aware. You know, there's not a huge difference. The only difference is how much evidence you have. So if we go to Qs, we can see those buyers in here. Price pops up, and maybe those buyers are trying to get out here, which is helping the keep it down, or it's just that seller being aggressive. But right now, we would still see Qs, red quarter, red week, red day, red 60, and then red 30s. So we want to see them puke, right? I want to see the puke 3-2, give us outside day. Hopefully they're weak enough to do it. If we go to semis, after going outside day by the penny, so far nothing else. AMD hit its 30 target. GDX goes inside 15. So for now, you can see they did not come back to buy more, just consolidation. And they're chopping them up right in the middle here. In GDX, you're going to have the inside 30. So if this doesn't work and it stops us out, just go break even, right? That doesn't work. Then what we would look for is the next two on the 30-minute, which is not going to come until that 30 closes out. So we'll see. Gold is inside 15, trying to go inside 15 up. So gold's still firm. We prefer to see miners keep going. I forgot to mention it on Riot on the gappers, but you can see Riot, shooter 30, bam, 2-2 reversal, 2 going 360 minute to take this out at 2049, 2 going 3 day to take this out at 1963. So they had some issues in Riot. Mara is getting a little bit closer to changing the day. So you see that shooter 15 here below 1211, still have an issue. And notice, anyone that bought today, if you bought 1246 and this day is red, now that's causing issues. The other thing we know is true is, like we said, anyone long yesterday just saw all their gains evaporate. So imagine you're long Mara at 10. It opens at 11. Woo! Goes to 1250. Wow, this is great. I'm never getting out of this. Starts going red on the day. Uh-oh. I might have to get out of that, right? And how would you do that? Well, in about 10 minutes, the second hour opens, we have a shooter 60. By analyzing data instead of trying to identify chart patterns, what we know to be true is this is an outside week. An outside bar is price discovery broadening formation, which means we made lower lows, we made higher highs. So if that goes shooter 60 on a Friday, on the second hour of the day, that's a 2-2 reversal from the top of a broadening formation. That could be some issues, right? That could be issues for sure. If we go to Qs, they're puking. So you already got the market going down, which means if Mara reverses, you already got tech going down, right? So you already got some issues happening. That would just be the sell broadening a bit. And if you go to Qs, now we're starting to get out of this triangle again here. If we go right to left, so you can see this is that what we would consider resistance, broadening resistance. As long as we're below that 709.77, we want to see that act as support ideally, or actually resistance ideally. Give us outside day Qs. 708.51, give it to us. And then notice, since we're creating outside bars, our winners might go further than we expect, because if this goes outside day, we trigger this, which might trigger this, which gets us back into the gap. So what you could think, or the way you could think, is anyone that bought above that gap, if we're below it, anyone buying the Qs in here, oh, it's a tech rally, the AI is still going, uh-oh. All right, they might get in trouble below that gap. So we want to get that to take them out. And we should. We have no reason to believe we're not going outside day at this point. And you can see resistance. They're still acting as resistance. So stay down there, Qs. Go to the semis. Semis outside day, they're still at the lows. So you can see if you're in a winning position, you don't have to cover. However, there is some profit taking going on. Gold high of day. AMD closing in on the outside day right at last week's lows now. So we should see gold miners. No, they have not came back to that TheStrat 15 entry right here. So you can see with a break-even stop, good. And even if you have the slightly wider stop, right, just below that low, it's pretty good. Since gold is ripping, this is triangled out. So they stop them out, slight lower lows, and then they're going the other way, trying to trigger that 15, setting up the 30 hammer. We go to GLD to create the winning tradeos here. Red, corrective activity, inside, boom, right there, gone. Got them. And if we go to gold futures, we pointed it out pre-market. Where's gold futures going? Potentially a lot higher. Potentially a lot higher. Way up in here, 4,900. Now, is that going to happen today? Maybe, maybe not. But what I do know is that as long as the day's green, you got all day to see if it does happen, right? You just make a winner and hold, see what they do. For now, SPY, inside 30, inside day. So they're doing nothing in SPY. It's mostly tech. Dow Jones, they're buying Dow Jones. So right now, it's like they're selling some Qs and semis, but who's lying? Because they're buying Dow Jones. What this normally means is that you would see a recovery. So when we look at those semis being an outside day already, the fact that Dow Jones is going up doesn't mean semis have to rally, but it normally would mean that this is just rotation. They're selling some semis to buy other things, such as gold, such as Dow Jones, such as healthcares. And you can see how healthcares and semis are directly, inverse today. You're almost outside day here on XLV. But you can see they gap it down, they buy it in healthcares versus the gap up selling Qs. So they're selling Qs to buy healthcares, getting out of that AI trade, which is leaking over into Mara. 2230 down below that. You got about 6 minutes to the flip in Mara for that shooter 60. We're going to have Riot. They obviously got destroyed. If we get a CLSK, they had the nice 2230 there as well. And you can see it's just create winning positions. Below that, they got destroyed in there. Nice 2-2. GDX, there's your broadening formation, the lower low. Bam, there's your higher high, outside fiver. So now, you got gold, and you got gold miners confirming on the 15ers to the upside. And into the flip, you'll have inside 30 GDX right there to cause full time frame continuity, where every participant's a buyer, everyone we know. If we do go to Qs, we're sadly not seeing it stay down. It should have just went. So you can see they made that lower low, and then they went hammer and reclaimed what we wanted to see as resistance. Now, it's still bright red day. It's still not a 3. So we still prefer to see that go outside day, for sure. They might have just needed a slight triangle day out, stop some guys out before going. But just be aware of when things happen matters. We got about 5 minutes until the new 60. So we want to go outside day, ideally right now, or you're going to have that new 60 open, and just like the new 30, it gains us new evidence. So just like if we go to Mara today, the algorithms have to be told when to execute the trade. So they buy the first 30. The second this is red, they're now no longer buying. Bam, anyone that bought is a loser. So we go to Qs. They sold the first 30, came back to sell more eventually, right? And then the first 60 they sold. So the second 60 is going to open, and you've got to see them come back to sell more. Sorry if that was loud. Gold is pounding the highs. Gold miners almost high of day. Hopefully gold miner stays inside 30. We'd want it. Hughes waits forever to touch them. Depends what you're looking at. Normally it's pretty quick. We did a whole outside week in 2 days on the Qs. Look at GDX. Did you know? Did you know to add to it? I think we did. Get, boy. And you can see you get a tight stop in there, break even. All right. Then you add to it, risk their money. Now high of day, move all your stops and profit. Or your whole entire stop could be right here, 102.26. It's like, all right. Let's see how much you got to buy. If they got more to buy, you're already in there. Just keep doing it. And then you're going to get a winner. And you let it go. Let's see what we got today. So if we take a look at where our evidence lies this morning, Qs, by the way, is still reclaiming that low. So as we have 3 minutes to the new 60, you might see Qs go 15ers and firm up, and that would go inside 60 minute. So you did get the puke in the semis. They just weren't weak enough to get the Qs to do it. So you see the whole SMH sector. They did it going outside day semis, but we're not getting any Qs. So don't let winners go losers, or don't let a small loser turn into a big one. We don't want to do that. There's always going to be more. We got the second hour coming, and we gain evidence over time. So let us see. So you can see semiconductors, we have 30 bullish setups now, which would be a 222 or inside bars. So they're countering what we knew was going on here. Now, when we look at what the semis are doing, they're green inside month, they're outside week already, they're outside day, exhaustion risk, and then they have the potential 15er reversals on the flip. So it's what we'd consider conflict. So you can see, like, if it does reverse up, the day in 60, you're nowhere near changing it. You're nowhere near changing the week. So if it does reverse up, it is coming off the bottom of the broadening formation. But you'd have to change those colors if you're going to get a big winner today. So that's what you'd want to know about if you're going to try and take it the other way, make your money back and then some. If we go to, let's see, airlines, might be some short covering to close out, but they're nowhere near changing the week, nowhere near changing the day. Nah. We're good. Going to the flip, MicroStrategy on the gappers list. You got the inside 30 here. JNUG, you'll have the 2230 setting up on the gold miners. And then we'll see GDX. We call this momentum hammer. A standard technician would call that hanging man, but what's actually true is the buyers are aggressive this month, this week, today, and right now. So anyone that sold in the morning down in here at 101.80 or stopped out, they got to get back in. And if it goes 2 above 103.25 on the flip, that's what they would be doing. So not hanging man, it's momentum or continuation. If we go to gold off the inside 15, gone. So there's your winning position, and you just hold on, right? It's like they're buying for sure, buying everything. So we're going to mine the flip, yes. Move your stops in profit, yes. But let's see if they got more they need. Let's see what the inside 30s are looking like. Hack. So you can see Hack ETF still has a weekly magnitude down here. 2 down day. 3-1-30. So it would be going directly into conflict. Maybe the day in 60 override with the 3-2 reversal. Let's see, uraniums. Uraniums are going to be a little better. So you see uraniums today, they blew them out of there. I wonder if MP did it. Yeah, look at MP. And if you watch the scroller on the bottom, MP. What was MP? That was the hammer day above this. 55.78. Boom, there's your magnitude. Takes this out. And what that did is that creates this hammer week for next week. So if you played the MP this morning, good on you. If not, right here. 15-minute TheStrat MP above 58.90. That would confirm the day, confirm the potential outside week to take out this about 5% higher. MP. All right, so mine the flip. We call it the flip because the flip can flip the flip, right? So look at Qs. They sell the first hour. The second that goes green, now they're done selling as far as we know. Could that change? Yes, right? They're nowhere near changing the day. So let's say you gapped it up and you sold it right at the open when we were like, hey, Qs, reclaims yesterday's highs. What you would do is you'd cover on this or reduce on this. And then from there, you can just hold the winner and see, what sets up next. We get this inside hour. We prefer not to trade an inside hour. However, since we have this 3, this outside bar is broadening. So when we go to those semis, right, you'll see here, big outside bar, that is a broadening formation. So when this goes green here, it's coming off the bottom of the weekly broadening formation, bottom of the daily broadening formation, and the 60, but inside 60. So I prefer you don't buy those semis. I prefer we see them down because we have continuity. And since they're inside 60, what I'd prefer is just not to touch it. We want to trade 2s. So like MicroStrategy is closer to a 2 on the 30. We go to gold right on the flip. You can see right on the flip, profit taking. So the algorithms are told to buy gold. Then right on the flip, they're told to take profit, or they just turn them off. And there's some profit taking here. So defend, right? You go to GDX, same thing. You go buy, add to it, goes up. Here's the flip, reduce or exit. You just defend your winner because you can always get back in, right? We know how to get in trades. It's not that hard. But letting a loser or letting a winner go red, that never works or almost never works. Let's see. So in the second hour trading, you see healthcare goes inside as well. So it's like, here's your 3, and then boom, stuck in the middle. So how are we getting out of that? AI TheStrat 15 triggered the day. Yeah, I mean, I see the 2 month, 2 going through week, 2 up day. But it seems like they already bought it out on the morning. We'll see. You get this big doji stuck in the middle, doji day, doji 60. I'm not going to touch it. I'm picky, or I'm going to be picky. So let's see. Oops, not here. Let's see what we've got. So starting off, you can see they're going after materials. There's a lot of continuations. ALB, hammer back to the upside, ALB on the 30s, and then CRML, MP. So you're going to have your materials, MP, right there. Anytime you're above 58.90, that's where you'd want it. Stop is technically low of the 15, 1 penny lower. Let's see. Mara, you might have a 225er to cause the 60 shooter here on the gappers. Mara. Let's see what Bitcoin's looking like first. For now, Bitcoin's still pretty firm, so potentially those guys in Mara, it could just be profit taking. We'll have to see. There's no signals yet to go back up, but Etsy goes 32230, so Etsy firm back up. For now, we call this issues, mother bar issues. Yeah, inside day, look at SPY. Nowhere near yesterday's lows, nowhere near yesterday's highs. Now, could they change that? Well, the gap up sell, right? If this goes below here, 2260, 764.17, that has a magnitude to take this out, 762.04. So below 764, looking 762. But we're right in the middle of that. Inside 60 and inside day, chopping them up. Qs is still inside 60, 30 as well. If we go to the Dow Jones, inside day Dow Jones, inside 60 Dow Jones. So they're chopping them up as well. IWM still inside 60 as well. So what we would say is we're closer to 2260s. That's what we want. So if these 60s are red, that's what we'd look for to happen. Take out the morning lows on IWM, on SPY, on Qs. But since they're inside bars, you got to make that happen or else you're chopping them up. So we'll see if they're weak enough to do it. IWM is already starting to kick in on the fivers down. Qs, you might have an inside fiver here to reclaim the outside fiver. Go back through these guys as a broadening formation Qs. You can see on GDX, this is why we call it the flip. I'm buying. Here's the flip. And all right, defend or reduce or exit, right? You got to do something. Now, does this mean it's crashing today? No, right? It's just slightly red. And it's still inside 60, so it hasn't reversed. What this is doing, though, is it's stopping everyone out in here. And now they're inside bar, so how are we getting out of that? Mara. There's your 225er down Mara. It's 2260 down Mara for the small account guys. Puke. Pukety, puke, puke, puke. Right from the top of the weekly 3. Now, it's got to be below 1146, and since we're executing on a shooter, it should just go. Right? And the reason it would go is because whoever bought at 1240, if they aren't selling yet, this might make them. This might make them do it. So literally, it would be, if this goes fiver reversal, you don't even want to stick around. You could look at next week puts. They're really cheap too. The 11 puts, 44 cents. Now, the only thing is what we would say is this only lasts 60 minutes. Since we're green on the week and the month, you have 60 minutes to try and force some guys to exit. And if that doesn't work, they were willing to buy in the morning. So we can look at the broadening formation that would be. So they buy it up, right? They're willing to buy at 1240. Then the sellers sell it down, punch those guys in the face. It's like, oh, you bought it up there? Boom, right? We're going to punch you where it hurts. And if it doesn't go anywhere, those buyers might come back. They're willing to buy it at 1240 today. It's at 1150. It's like they might be willing to buy down here and go for it again. So it's got to stay below 1146. If we go to SPY, you can see SPY, they are kicking in. You got inside 30s down SPY causing the 60s down. So this 764.45 causing 764.17. Looking for gap up sell to kick in there. If we go to Qs, green to red 60. They did go inside down, confirming the downside on the SPY. IWM, almost 2260 down for the outside day IWM, with the weekly continuity to give you control to the downside. And Dow Jones on the flip, they are selling it off. So we can see that, second 60 of the day, it kind of changed what was happening, right? They were buying Dow Jones, now they're not. So now we have less evidence on the upside than we had before, and we didn't have much before. So let's see. So you see ALB, they're kicking in, and so that's happening. If we go in here, look at the 30s. 2 down, all the Utes, all the financials, all the OIH. So these OIHers, these are reconfirming. So you can see OII, 2230s from the previous 30. Rig, Slob, these are all the OIHers we were talking about before that are just still going. The Utes, all of the Utes. So they sold some of the Utes. Interestingly, they're going into some staples. There's a few hack ETF names like Quali, QLYS, Hammer 60s up in net. You got potential Crowd inside 30s up, potential PanW inside 30s up, potential FTNT inside 30s up. So you might see that rotation into some of those hack names. And if we go to your broadening formations there, you can see how it's going to force profit taking. So if QLYS is above 181.01, that fill, then it's going back through a range of guys who are short. So that could cause some issues there. But at least for now, we definitely have a lot more twos down than twos up. So if we look at the most twos weighted, you got about 70% or 61% inside. And we say this is inside heavy. So it's an unreliable read. It doesn't mean that it's not true, right? 38% is going down, true. But 60% is going sideways, doing nothing. Now, if we go to the 30s, 60% going sideways, doing nothing. So you can see that's why the second 60 matters. Every new bar is going to show you what are they doing. And if they're doing nothing, you probably should do nothing, or else you're going to get chopped up. Now, when we go to where things are moving, gappers and whatnot, that's why we trade the gaps, because you can expect if I hit the bid in Mara here at 11.49 and it goes instantly, and then I hit the bid again at 11.46 and it goes instantly, whoever bought up there, they got to get out. It doesn't matter what Bitcoin is going to do, doesn't matter. They're getting out. So there's your huge put. And if you're trading 0 DTEs, that's a pretty nice move in 5 minutes. Not bad. Here's the new fiver. So every trend confirms or negates. Right here, it goes 2 again. Sell more, get more, right? You're going to risk their money. Nice. If you go to GDX, what a good time to cover. Right on the second hour of the day at 103.11. The second it's below that, huh? And by cover, I just mean exit. SPY for now, still inside 60. So they're still chopping them up a little there. IWM 2.2, and that's probably due to your Mara and your Bitcoin stuff. At least helping out. You'll see Riot still puking as well. Etsy off the 32230, they're puking. CLSK, there's your outside day. So CLSK, destroyed. And what did we say pre-market, right? We said whoever bought yesterday, they got what they wanted. So we got to be careful on these gaps up, because it could gap up and you could have a bag holder who's like, thank God. I've been holding CLSK since $18. It gaps up. I'm done with this thing. Boom, sell 10 million shares. And then everyone gets demolished, right? That's exactly what happened today. The second that day is red, oh my gosh. Whoever's here this month selling, demolish these guys. Got them. Nice ad on Mara right there with a freaking 2-penny stop. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Puke. And then you just walk your stop down to this high and then to this high. And you keep walking it down. And where's it trying to go? Maybe an outside day. How would you know? Well, if this fiver doesn't reverse, like, it's definitely going down. So tell them to puke. My next week puts are up 20%. That's pretty easy, huh? Wait 1 hour. Take a 225er into the 60. Kill him. Demolished. SPY, they're still working on it. Dow Jones still inside 60. IWM is the only one 2-2 down. So give us outside day IWM. 2-2 week down in force, 2 going 3 day. That should just become a 3. How is it not? Qs, inside 5 or down, it's a 2. You'll see it didn't go anywhere, but it's still a 2. That's still a trend. And then it goes 2 again. It's confirming the trend, because if you have a series of at least 2 2s, it's a trend. So that's what we're seeing. If we go to Etsy, I mentioned it briefly, but you can see it did go down and it didn't work, right? It hit its magnitude, but we wanted to stay below that target to expand into the next ones, and it just didn't happen for the Lotto Friday. But you'll see 3. There's your broadening formation. It gapped up and then went 3. Then it went down the second it comes back in. Uh-oh. Then it goes 2-2 right there. Bam, it's going outside. So 3-2-2, fun to say, fun to do is what we call that one. Nice ad, Mara. Puke. Got him. Oh, man. Look at this on the second 30. That's when you saw that happen, right? AVGO reversal. Let's see. So AVGO still good as far as we're concerned. Anytime that day's red below 370.69, you want to be a seller. So anyone that bought it here on the Fiverr, they're your fuel to go faster to the downside when it reverses. So what could we do? Well, it's inside 15, inside 30, inside 60. So technically we can't do anything right now. What you would want, since we know triangles exist, is you'd want to make a higher high first here. So that way anyone that's trying to buy this, like, oh, it's breaking out, it's coming back up. You get them in there. And you start stopping out any of the shorts that are trying to trail their stops. And then hopefully, if you can go 3, you could rip back through all these pivots here. It'd be that, or maybe you get an inside 15 and down below this to trigger this, 366.51. The issue is when you're inside 60 like this, you get destroyed, right? You just demolished. You don't get things like Mara. You don't get things like this, right? When you're an inside bar. Or at least you tend not to. Now you could say, right, this was an inside bar as this is going through here, but there's a difference, right? This goes green, then it flips red. This is retracement, which means you're coming back through guys who are long, which will speed it up. Versus if we go to AVGO, you can see, if we go on the 60, it's red, and then it's red again. This would be momentum. These guys are already short. Now, on a shorter term time frame, you would have these guys to come back through. So you could have a 2-1-2 reversal. Should be retracing this range, right? But on a 60 basis, you don't have the help. So you have to execute on a small time frame to cause that big time frame to kick in. New Fivers open up. Mara goes inside. So what's the next 2? What does it create, negate, or do? And you could say it's like entry, add, second this is inside, reduce. It's like, there's your win. 0 DTEs probably moved really hard for you there. I'm using next week's just because I wanted a little more size on that, but not too shabby. If next week's went 20%, I bet 0 DTEs probably went like at least 80, 60% on that. So you can see financials. Here's a good example of what I was talking about. So green, the second the flip happens, that's a short now. 2-2-30, that's reversal. And this is retracing anyone that's long in here. That's the flip. Change what they're doing. So right now, we go to SPY. The flip, you can see they tried to take them down. The sellers weren't strong enough. So here, look at this. Now, it's RevStrat. Anytime it's above 764.65, it's trying to go outside 30 to take this out, 765.54. So you can see the strat is understanding if it doesn't work, go the other way, right? It didn't work to the downside. Try to go the other way. However, since we're inside 60 inside day, you're more likely to really chop them up in here. So don't stick around too long on losers today. If it's inside day, do not stick around too long. Just got to be very careful. Micro strategy closer to the inside 30 up above that, 120.07. And this would be momentum hammer 60, momentum day, short squeeze with the inside month, inside week, and momentum hammer day and momentum hammer 60 signals. So you could have a lot of signals kicking in here. Bitcoin inside 30 up, so that confirms what MicroStrategy is already doing or attempting to do. And what that means is Mara. So if you hit it down here, if this goes inside Fiverr reversal, you could try and buy it there. 2-1-2 reversal, use their money you just took from them and flip it, go the other way. Why can you do that? Because it made lower lows, and if Bitcoin's rallying, maybe, just maybe, you start squeezing these guys out of short positions. And you can only do that if you have a winner, right? Because at any other time, you don't really want to buy this on the 60. But since we know Bitcoin's going up, and we know Mara and Riot and these guys hold Bitcoin, maybe that helps them out. We'll see. But I locked in a gain of 20% on a chunk of change. And then we'll see, if this Fiverr, maybe they go up, maybe. We'd prefer MicroStrategy just because it's stronger. We get a coin. Look at coin. Coin, try to go outside 30 in here. You'll see on the 15-minute, 2 down, 2 up right there. So coin's trying to go 2 again on the 60. Still nice green bars here. Let's see, what's Solana looking like now? Nice. I was holding Solana for a long time. What's very interesting about Solana, for those of you guys who follow me on Twitter, I told you guys a couple months ago, I was like, I'm really loading up Solana. Um, what's really interesting is when you stake it, you get 5% a year and it compounds. So if Solana were to double or something, that 5% obviously doubles, at least the return on your cash. But the interesting thing is your rewards, they also double. So if you hold it, which is crazy, let's say you hold it for a couple of years. Over a couple of years, if we were to go from here to here, just the fact that you get that at 5% a year that compounds, it adds like another 50, 60% return just on the way up, which is crazy. So if it does do this whole triangle, 230%, it's actually going to be more like a 300% return, which is pretty nuts. All right, Mara. So here's the inside five where you got 39 seconds, right? What's the next two? What does it create, negate, or do? If it goes inside five, it would be negating the 60 signal for 5 minutes. So for 5 minutes, maybe they try and do it. Now, if you see the 15, notice it's inside 15. So this is retracement, inside bar. If you go to the 30, still 2 down 30, and then 60, obviously still 2 down. So we'll see. MicroStrategy is still the preference, right? If it's above 120, we want to see that go because we have all these signals, 30 signal, daily signal, weekly, monthly signal, and maybe the 60 to kick in above here. So ideally, you take your little flip from 0DTs Mara and you go into MicroStrategy with it. Go 0DTs there. For now, tech, you can see first 60, sell, new algorithms, nothing. Nothing. Go to semis, sell, and then flat. So you could stay short, right? I'm not saying you have to cover that, but for now, inside, nothing. Energies did go 60s down, so they're trying to cause the dailies down energies. If we go to MPC, nah, let's see, XOM. XOM, 3260, 2 day below that, 166.15. So they are selling some energies, profit taken at the all-time highs. CVX, not so much. Oxy, nah. So there's some energies, not all of them. MicroStrategy above 120.08. For now, they're staying good. We got 9 minutes, so it's got to stay up there. And we want this to get greener. Once 9 minutes is up, it's up. But we have that 60 here. So for 9 minutes, that 30, if it triggers the 60, then we have the rest of the 60, which is 38 minutes. And if that works, we have the rest of the day because that lasts all day. And the week and the month, which lasts 10 more days, and the week has 5 more hours. So we'll see if they got more. Right now on Qs, it is firming up. So we want to go after things taking the morning highs just because if you look at Qs, right, it goes all the way down. And then everyone says, gee, Qs just firmed up. I want to buy the Qs and see if it recovers. Wrong. I want to go after the things that are going up. MicroStrategy is going up, right? If you go to like coin, that's going up, right? Today, this right now in the 60s, that's going up. So you want that, and we prefer that. Or even we prefer something like Mara, right? Because when that flip here, so you already took their money. It's like short, add to it. The second that's green, reduce. And then here, flip it long, boom. Now you took their money and used it against them. And the reason you can do that is because you know it reversed. But what you want to do is you want to go after stuff that could recover or is closer to recovering back to the highs. Because, for example, if you're short Qs today, your stop could be against the high day, right? We're nowhere near taking you out. And there's a lot of strategies, right? And if you've ever traded algorithms or created algorithms, seen people post their algorithms are doing like 1-to-1 R, right? And there's hundreds of, like thousands and thousands of these, right? And they're going like this. So you just want to think, it's like, well, if everyone's got their stops against that stuff, the daily guys at least, the big guys, you're trading tens of thousands, millions of shares, you can trade through it. Yes, I'm not saying you can't buy the dip, but we want to go somewhere where we're closer to taking those guys out. Because if we're closer to doing that, then if we go to coin, anyone that thought this was rolling over, when it takes out the highs here, those guys who are trying to short this, they're paired up with a monthly, weekly, daily 60 buyer. It's like, uh-oh. Everyone's buying and you're short, that's a problem. which is why when this breaks here, it just explodes. Just goes right off of it and just explodes. We see Dow Jones, right? That's still green on the day, so anyone's going to be strong. It's technically the Dow, albeit it's still inside day, so not doing too much. Healthcare is still at the highs. So you see XLVs went 222.15 above 175.02. Still trying to go outside day. We pointed out LLY. LLY is still not outside day, so you still got this to take out potentially. They are outside month already. They're already outside week, so they did what they're supposed to here. We'll have to see of that. AMD is still pretty much at the lows, not an outside day down yet. Semis, they're still not buying the semis. So you can see those algorithms, they are selling semis this week. They're selling them today. They're selling them right now in the 60, albeit inside bar. But what's the next two? What would it negate, create, or do? Well, the 3230 semis, that's still good. Right? You can still be short that, like we keep saying. You don't have to cover. You just have to make sure you're not a loser. So in 5 minutes, maybe it goes inside 30 down, or they go 3-2 down here, 556.28, and that could be, big momentum puke to the downside. If you go to AMD, your 30 short is still good. It still hasn't came back to the entry level, but inside 30 setting up. If we go to AVGO, here it is. If we go to AVGO, we pointed out that inside 15 here to get short below that, right? That creates a winning position, doesn't it? It does. Your target's here to take this out, like we said. Now it's going to set up that 30, though. So if you shorted the 15, you get to add in 5 minutes below this inside 30. And if that works, we have inside 30, and notice, after these guys bought. So whoever bought AVGO and put their stop against low day or against any obvious pivot or below a fair value gap or whatever they did, if we can go inside down, we're going to take them out, and we're going to cause an outside day in their face with the month, the week, the day, and 60. The other thing we can see is the month. The month isn't an outside month yet, so where's it going? 356.43. So if this goes inside down, 356.42. That's where you're going. And that's something we can look for. By the way, we still see gold miners, 2230s down, so they're still profit taking the gold miners today. I have some longer term gold miner stuff that I'm going to stick around on, but it might make sense to gap up, sell, and take some profit on that if you haven't already. For those that are following along from the monthly swings and whatnot. But man, what a monthly swing gold miners was. $80, 102. Gone. If we go to Qs, while the semis are a little weaker, Qs still firm. Interesting, right? Let's see what Apple's looking like. So Apple firmed up. That helps them out. Microsofty, they're still firm. Meta went inside day up from Sarah's list, so that's good. And he got inside 30s up, but 3 minutes, so it's going to be a sideways 60 here. These two 30s are an inside 60 to this 30. So maybe Meta, you get some more of that pivot action here. You can see Mara, they did go 1, 2 up, 1 on the fiver. So they are starting to get a little bit choppy. That's still inside 15 for 3 minutes from now. So the next two, what does it gate, create, or do? We saw shooter 15 signal here below to 1210 that had the magnitude to take that out. And they did. Then they go inside. So if it were to broaden, it would go inside up back through here, or we go inside down as momentum, where you go down 8% here, and then you go inside, and then you go down another 8%. So either side of that can get your attention. If we go to Etsy on the 32230 mention, it went 3 to down, reclaim the 3. Boom, there's your new higher high. Notice the 322 above 81.35 takes that out. Whoever's short today, now into a losing position. Closer to going outside week, 85 or 84.92, so 1 penny above that. And that creates 3260 reversal above 82. So maybe Etsy goes outside week off of that. I'm not sure how many people are playing it, but MSTR inside 30. You got 2 minutes left. They did go up a little bit. We'll see what the next two is. Ideally, we go 2, 2, 2, and start walking them up. We go to Bitcoin. We can see they are starting to get a little bit stuck in here. On the 4 hour, it's slight lower low and trying to go 3. They only have an hour left, so it's probably not going 3. You're going to have an inside 60, 131 on Bitcoin. So maybe that could help. Is you could have the hammer into these guys, into these guys, into these guys. And that could try and cause that 4 hour to break out. We still got the long green bars in here. Let us see. So Mara, still shooter 60 for another 30 minutes, and then inside 5er. So either side of that can get your attention with the 15er on the flip. Semis, low of day. So they didn't stay inside 30 there. But what that shows you is they turned their algorithms on here. New 60s red, they're still selling. Right? That rejection of the morning high gap up at 569 is still happening down here, 550 or 556. So how much more do they got to sell? That's the question. If you go to AMD, you will have the inside 30 cooking up there for the outside day. If we go to AVGO, the 15-minute is going to hopefully close lower here, and then you'll have the inside 30 with AVGO and AMD. MicroStrategy, almost taking out that 60. What we'd prefer is not to do that until the flip. Hopefully it goes new bar and then break out of that to cause the 60. That would be ideal. Netflix working. Let's see it. Look at that. So Sarah, this is, if you're going to get Netflix to really go, this is what you wanted. Goes down 3. So there's your broadening formation. Higher high, lower low. Lower low, lower low. 2-2 reversal right there. Boom. Causing the TheStrat. The second this day is green, 80.29. If that day is green, Netflix, you're going to 81. And since it's a 2 going 3 with full time frame continuity, that's going to happen. 81 Netflix, as long as you're above the daily open. Mind the flip. New 30s open up. Second 30s of the 60 will confirm and negate. We still have inside bars indexes on the 60s. Qs goes inside 30 up. So tech does firm up. However, you could get an outside bar as a TheStrat if that reclaims below 711.91. Because you're inside 60, you are more likely to see TheStrat. So if that's below that 711.90, then it is TheStratting. Right now it is in force. So we'll have to see what what comes of it. Semis, after slight lower low, they go inside. So we're coming off the bottom of the triangle. We're not triggering into it. So they firm up semis for now, with Qs going inside 30s out. Dow Jones hammer 30 up with the daily continuity. So this is where the buyer is. They're actually in the Dow Jones today versus tech semis. And potentially in IWM as well. So IWM inside 15 right there, trying to go hammer 30s up. And the ideal scenario is go after things like Netflix, like Sarah's looking at. Because, look at this, it's above the month, it's above the week, it's above the day. And then if it stays above that, 80.29, it's also above the 60. And they're aggressive, nice green bars. So I would have preferred to have it from here. I didn't see Sarah's mention there. But we prefer things like this because, again, those guys short in here in the morning, they got to do something. The other thing is you're pairing it with that big aggressive buyer who's buying this month and this week and today. Versus Qs, you can see why we'd prefer to go outside bar down. Bright red week, red day, nowhere near high of day. So anyone short gets to stay short. So when this ticks up, we're not stopping anyone out, or at least we're not stopping out these guys, the big guys. Therefore, what we'd prefer is 3, 3, 2 up on the 5er, and then 2 back down to hopefully take them out. Now, since for now the 60 is still green, it could break out and work, right? We haven't seen it reverse yet. But we will see what the next 2 is there. MicroStrategy, new 30s open. You'll see they retrace instantly, stopping guys out, and then they go green. So the buyer's still here, MicroStrategy, and here it is, the broadening formation, you'll see. Goes up on the 1er, goes down, there's your lower low, hammer, bam. Hopefully you can take out the morning highs here and get that 60 hammer going. Mara, inside 5 up, here still good. Closer to inside 5 up, closer to inside 15 up to firm things up. MicroStrategy, 2 up again on the 30s, reconfirming what we knew was true. Bitcoin, 1312 60s, confirming MicroStrategy. Typing in caps. Yeah, sorry. And I haven't looked at Rost yet. So you see Rost, still red on the day, not what we were looking for. Now, since it's red, you got 2215 in here. You might have some 30s. Let's see. Double inside 30 setting up in Rost. Coin, you can see there's your outside 30. And this is how you know an outside bar is going to happen. Look at this. It went 2. The second that's green on the 30-minute, the 60's green, the day's green, the week, the month, that's going outside bar. Boom. Gone. For now, Q's is still in force on the 30s. So you can see they are still in force. We'd prefer the rev strat, but right now it is in force. So the buyers are trying to take the offer. They just got some distance if they're going to take out those morning highs. And if we go to IWM, we mentioned the 2230, that's in force too, if that's above here. So IWM firms up, Q's firms up, Dow is going to lead. Hammer 30s up. Oops. And then SPY is probably somewhere in there as well. So you can see SPY, we mentioned, remember how that inside 30 went down? We're like, yeah, so when that goes green, we know outside bars exist. So therefore, you can flip it long and make your money back and then some. Got him. Boom, 3, 2, gone. Anyone short in here this morning? Losing trader. And you can see on SPY, 2215 causes outside 30. That's how you're going to trade the strat. Beauty. Micro strategy. Here's your high a day. Anyone short in the morning takes them out. Now it's got to stay up there. High a day is what we consider exhaustion risk. Mara still inside 15. So if you're a short guy in the 60, you could technically still be there if you're not trying to go counter like a psychopath like I am. But they are chopping them up. Inside 15, inside 30 Mara. Semis still not recovering. So this Q's rally, although it's firm, we don't see semis going up. It's just kind of sideways. Micro strategy, get boy. Get. And this is, why would you expect it or prefer to see it do that into the highs? Because anyone short in here, they're covering up there. There's buyers up there. Now, once that initial short covering happens, you got to see if these buyers step up, which so far this month, yeah, they're stepping up. This week, yeah, they're stepping up. Let's see if they keep doing that. Tell them to give you their money. You want the shares? I'll give it to you at 125. I'll sell you some MicroStrategy at 200. How's that sound? See ya. All right, GDX. New 30s opened up. Notice we haven't talked about it the whole time until just now. Why? Because you get the inside 15 up reversal. So stop them out, triangle out, and then reversal. However, since we're inside 60, we have to be aware this is a problem. We are stuck in the middle of this. And we just took out the monthly targets. So we'll see. I'd want to hold off for that 60. But what I'll say is, hey, it's firming up. The buyer just took the offer in here, so that buyer's back, albeit very slightly. Boom, MicroStrategy. Short Mara for 10 minutes. Get out of it. Put all the money in MicroStrategy. Boom. Short the SPY. Oh, it didn't work. Flip it long. There it is. Make it all back and then some. Beauty. Beauty. You guys having a good time? We got 100 people or so sitting in here. Community state. We have just under 200 people tuned in this morning. Missed SpaceX entry again, SMH. Let's see it. Still inside day. Doji week. Yeah, so if you're missing things, what you have to have is you have to have your universe. And what you do is you have your universe and you go through it. Notice when we're scanning, what are we doing? We're like, the new 60 is about to happen in 5 minutes. And then go through the whole universe. Right? That's what we're doing. And that's why we have the scanner. It just helps me to identify, like it just gives me the lists. But if you're like, I want to trade SpaceX, I want to trade Tesla, I'm going to trade SPY and Qs, I'm going to trade MicroStrategy. And that's all you do. Then you want to go through your universe towards the bottom, top of the hour. And by the way, MicroStrategy, you can see there's the short covering going into the highs. And then there's some profit taking against that short covering. So you got the spike up in there, but they didn't stay up. You can see buy, 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 buy. Everyone stopped out. Got it. Boom. Take some profit. Now what we need to see is this just slight lower lows and then try and go back up, or is this seller, serious about that? And the reason we say it's exhaustion risk and those buyers have to step up is because what we're tracking is algorithms, right? And these algorithms, they're designed such that they fill at good prices, or at least they want to get good prices. Now, the thing is we can abuse the algorithms because we know when those algorithms are forced to chase. And they're forced to chase when you stay above those highs. Because if your algorithm's told, well, you got to fill MicroStrategy, you need to buy it this month, we need an average fill price of at least, $118. And we're getting towards the end of the month, and all of a sudden MicroStrategy is like really going. It's like, well, shoot, I've only filled half of this order. What am I going to have to do? We have to step up. So when you have guys who need the stock and algorithms that are told they need the stock, they're told to do that this month above that open this week. Anytime the day is green, they're told to do that today. So anytime it's above those previous highs, if it stays up there, you know what they're told to do. They're told you got to keep going after that. And you got everyone short in the morning who stopped out in the morning who have to join in. So we need to see them get back above that. The slight profit taking doesn't have to terrify you, but you just want to be aware of how that plays out. Now, right now on the Qs, you can see the Qs, there's still 2 on the Fiverr, so 2, and then 2. So they're still trending up just barely here. And we've almost stopped out everyone. Closer to the 225 or down below this on Qs, 7, 12, 15 if that kicks in. Come on, slackers, hit the like button. Thank you. Let's see Tesla. How huge was it? Yeah, nice. That was on the Lotto Friday list. Inside D, Tesla. And you can see on Tesla's, notice where all the rallies come from. Red, green, there's your change. Continuity, that's your retracement. Red, green, there's your retracement going back through. And then if you go in here, how do you time it? Red, slight lower low, there it is. Inside bar, there it is. Gone. Risk your 15 cents, there's your $7. Thank God for the strat. There we go. Let's see NVIDIA. NVIDIA, 3, 2 down 60, but green. So the second that's above this, trying to go back to high day. 3 week, red. 2 down day, red. So it's conflicted. But the 60, determines right now. So for now, yes. And that's probably going to be what's helping the Qs out, right? Let's see Bitcoin. So Bitkern, still inside 60 up. So MicroStrategy, there might be someone trying to short high a day, but Bitcoin keeps climbing them up into here. They're probably wrong. And you're going to have the 222 4-hour. You can see the last 4-hour reversal on Bitcoin was here at 64,000. It's now 78. And you got people who say, I have no idea why Bitcoin rallied. Crazy. Inside 4-hour here and here. And then the 2-2 here. This is 222 into momentum. So Bitcoin, if that goes 222 4-hour, next targets are way up there, about 5,000. And what that means is, holding MicroStrategy, if Bitcoin does that, it should follow suit, hopefully. And if they do that, I imagine you're going to have the dollar puking, which means gold. Still rallying gold too. 224 hour, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. It's like, is it going down? No, not at all, actually. We go back to GDX. You still have the 15er here. So if you're going to get initial positions, right? Get yourself positioned. And then we go to the 30s. You'll have the inside 30 setting up. So we'll see what comes of that. Yeah, Sarah. Tesla new high day from perfect entry off the 5-minute routing information. And you can see Tesla, right? Algorithms. What are they told to do? Buy Tesla. Do it this month. Do it this week. Do it today above the inside day actionable signal to cause price to move. And then do it right here on the Fiverr above this inside Fiverr signal after the stop them out, lower low. Gone. And if we go to Qs, you still have the intraday buyers in the Qs, so they're still firming up. And if we go to Dow Jones, not so much. They made high a day, so you can see they did it, but they're still inside day, and that's the issue. You get the slight lower low fiver, then you get the slight higher high, and then maybe slight triangle out if they're going to try and take out yesterday's highs, just like profit taking there. Let's see, SPY. So SPY after the TheStrat, you did get high a day. If that can get green on the day, then we could say maybe you become a 2. But for now, it's still a 1. And since it's a 1, the triangle in SPY it's technically what you see here. It's a slight higher high to here, and then the lower lows in here. So if we were to, cut it off, it'd be this. This is your broadening formation. So they go inside 30. This is the consolidation. Then it goes slight lower low. Then it reclaims, and then it goes outside 30. And then the question becomes, if that goes reversal, does it come back through here? Because it's inside day, it can do that, or not. And if we go to the 30, why would that happen? Because this is a 3. The second you're back below the high of this, 765.84, that turns into an issue because you're back into a 3, and it's still inside day. Semis are still firm, so we're still not seeing much out of the semis. You'll see tech, the inside 30's up. So we'll say things are still firm. Off the 2260 and energies, you did get some decent puke in there for the 0DTE guys. Let's see. Utilities, look at that. Outside weak. And you can just see how clear this stuff gets once you understand the strat. 2, comes back in, it's going 3. Down there. Then momentum shooter day. So yesterday, this shooter sets up telling you today, below that, bam, takes them all out. Lost on app puts. You got chopped up, trading a scenario 1. What'd you miss? The SPY TheStrat 30, you got a Qs inside 30 off the lows if you're looking at those indexes. What we're looking at right now is MicroStrategy with Bitcoin rally. You had some inside fiver up MicroStrategy to get more or to just hold on. I would just stick around. Let's go and take a look at what we've got on the gainers losers today. And I'm actually not sure if this is set up yet, so let's go here. Let's go to the buy list. So we'll go daily buy list. Top of the list, CRML. So this is your precious or your precious metal stuff, or not precious metal, rare earth. So USAR, top of the list. DNN, uraniums. UEC, uraniums. So we could go take a look at those. What the hey? Well, that's going to mess up all my charts, isn't it? Yeah, so some of the uranium miners are going. All right, let's see. What was the other one? Tenure 474. Yeah, we could look at TNX. So back in the day, we told everyone about the 10-year and what it was doing. And this is something really important, and it's already on the chart, so you can see I'm not yanking your chain. I've been doing this a long time. 2022, inside year to the upside. If you're following FinTwit space at all, this goes without saying. Broadening formation target over 3.2 leads me to believe we have more weakness to come. Now, when we look at this, that's right here. So what did it do? There's your broadening formation. Higher high, lower low, and then access support. Everyone in here, if you followed Twitter at all, everyone's like, it's rolling over. The 10-year is going back down. And we're like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And if we go in here, what we pointed out and what you're going to see is what we consider a measured move. So if the 10-year matters at all to you, you're going to want to know what a measured move is. And it looks something like this. So the 10-year, you can measure it open to open, right? However you want to measure it. But from here to here, that's your measured move. So where's the next target? If we break out this 2-year inside bar above last year's highs at 481, I believe. Yeah, 481. You're going to 8. And why would that happen? Because when you're looking at a big move, in order to go 10%, you have to go 5% first. So all a measured move is identifying when things continue after something they've already done. And the initial move lets you measure the aggression. So the initial move, you look at it from here to here, like, wow, went 4 points. They're really aggressive. And then if it does it again, it's like it's the same people doing the same thing or the same institutions. So that's how you can get stuff like gold, for example. Right? It's like this year it goes, 73. And then a measured move would be if it goes sideways, and then the next year at least 73 goes more. And look at this, it goes 265. So it tends to go further than you'd expect as well. So the other thing with the 10-year, which is pretty neat, since we're talking about it, let's see if we can pull it up. So this is way back in 22, but you're going to see, where is it? Yeah, you can see crude oil, we called to all-time highs, which I think they're still working on that. Let's see, 10-year. Yeah, but so this is the bottom of the triangle. So you can see 3, 1, 2, takes the top of the triangle right there. Shooter, 2, reversal, bam, there's the bottom of the triangle there. Inside, reversal, where's it going? Back up there again. And then, when you look at, I'm actually not sure where it would be. PMG, maybe. And by the way, Q's is potentially setting up that RevStrat 30. I don't have it. But when you look in here, we call this pivot machine gun. So when you go back through a previous range, obviously, this is not traders per se. There is some trading that goes on with yields and whatnot, but not in the traditional sense that we're looking at here. But when you go back through a range, you stop people out. So anything that's correlated with this, you have losers on the other side, right? So when this starts ripping back through here, as that measured move, we get another 4 points. You have big losers on the other side. And if we wanted to just get all of the things correlated with that, you can just say, the biggest pain shows up in long duration assets. Anyone levered to cheap rates, long duration bonds, growth in tech equities, real estate, mortgage sensitive credit. The pain concentrates. Long duration bonds and bond funds. When the 10-year yield jumps 3 percentage points, long bond prices collapse. Da 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 da. So growth, tech, and high multiple equities. Right? So you can think, right, if TNX starts really going, we might not be in a tech-centric market, at least not in the way that we used to be, which is interesting because when we look at the Qs, we're getting an inside bar. And the one thing you need to understand is price is always attempting to find equilibrium where buyers and sellers agree. So you can think it's like Qs is like 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, right? It's like it's just 2ing its way up and stopping people out along the way. But when we go inside, everyone's like, all right. Since 2019, it's like, all right, we finally agree on prices. And that might not be a good thing, right? If everyone's like, all right, this is what tech's actually worth, then the next thing to happen is either they're going to confirm the fact that it's still going up or they're going to negate inside quarter down to end off the year. So if you get TNX up, that would be interesting. I'm not going to call it a crash, but what I am saying is buy gold, buy crypto, do it. And ideally get Solana, stake it, and then the coolest thing about crypto these days is you can get loans against it. You can get mortgage. You can get a mortgage backed by your Bitcoin holdings. You can do crazy stuff with crypto now. And although everyone's like, oh, Bitcoin's up so much, it's like, well, it just reclaimed 74K. If it's going back to 130 and everyone's short Bitcoin, everyone just got stopped out, which everyone knows last quarter, last month, right? Yet everyone in the world, like, Bitcoin's never coming back, right? If you're above 74K, potentially, pretty good long-term investment and a long-term strategy to use that to hedge yourself against the inflation while also having the opportunity, things like Solana, this is my personal pick, where if Solana appreciates that much, I'm going to be able to get a loan against my Solana and use that as a down payment for, house, rent, apartments, whatever. Especially if the TNX goes up, it's going to be hard to get a loan for money. So what you want to do, generate some type of income, put it in an investment where you can at least expect appreciation and it pays you a yield. And then you're set. You can be your own bank. You take a loan out against your investment. And as long as you have solid investments, you're good to go. You're really good to go. And you want to get them at good prices. So that's why, I was harping on gold and silver for a while. They're not investments, but they are a way to preserve your wealth as the dollar goes down. I've been harping on Solana for a good bit too, and XRP, which XRP, you see they're really coming back now. Long red and then long green bars. We know where the outside bar is going. It's going back up there. And I'm under the impression that the president might have something to say about XRP in 2027. And I need to bookmark that somewhere so we can come back and clip this. But I think there is good reason to believe that thing's going back to all-time highs. Now, if we go to what we got now, 5 minutes left. So notice what time it is for Andre. 5 minutes to the hour. So what do we look for? Actionable signals for the next 60. So what's the next two? What will it negate, create, or do? We go to the simultaneous setups, which are actually on a different screen here now. And you can see how many dang screens I have. So you can just close that out, close that out, close that out. Here it is. So who's setting up? Well, precious metals to the upside. Yep, that's a good thing to know about, huh? Yep. So let's go see gold, right? Gold to the highs. Did we already know about that? Yeah, we did. We told you. Right? Cover or get out of your GDX here, puke, and then get in here with a little bit, and then you can get more. Setting up that 30, inside 30, setting up inside hammer 60. So 30 into 60, confirm the outside quarter reversal GDX. Go. Tell him to go. We want that to go. So we'll see. Silver, you're going to have the hammer 60 as well. You have the inside 30 as well, silver, and that tells you gold, which is already all back to high day. So gold's still going. And you can see sell for 1 quarter, get back in. Beautiful stuff. Let's see, XOP. XOP, yeah, they'd hammer back. So you can see, took them down, but they're inside day. So let's see. Maybe Fang. Maybe. Now the energies, you have nice green week, nice green quarter. They just already made all-time highs. So what we'd like to see is corrective activity on the week versus just the day. But maybe energies, maybe. See XLE. Just looks like it's going to chop them up. Well, maybe. So you can see we have the triangle in there. Stop them out and then hammer 30. So maybe that kicks them back in. If it does, you have at least all-time highs to target out. You still have the quarterly signal, green week. Woo! It's really coming down outside. Let's see what the staples are looking like. So staples. So this one, 3-3 shooter to cause outside day again. So notice it went down, outside day up. Then it went up, comes back in, trying to go outside day down again. Because once a 3, always a 3. And that's actually outside 4 hour. But, so it went outside 4 hour once, it might do that again. Which could cause an outside day, which could cause an outside week. Could cause an outside quarter, so interesting. Let's see, Hershey's. So Hershey's, slight 2 up month, closer to a 2 down day. Closer to continuation as 3-2 down 60. So maybe Hershey's goes 2-2 in here and starts to force some of these guys out. Let's see, Costco. Costco. Oh, this is messing me up looking at the 4 hour. Hold up. Costco, let's see. So 2-2 day on a gap down buy, and you'll see the broadening formation in here. You got the outside week. There's your broadening formation. So it gives you this higher high, lower low, reversal trying to go to higher highs. Only for today, though. But you might have the 60, 30s in there. So it's kind of conflicted in staples. Some are down, some are up. We go to Coca-Cola. 60 to cause the day, but it's really conflicted with the week. I mean, you could be looking at like maybe Pepsi and Hershey's on the 60s staples. tends not to be the biggest mover in the world. MicroStrategy, 60 hammer closes out the highs. So you can see on the 30, a trend is a series of twos. So it goes 2, that's your entry, 2, get more or hold. And then now we want to see, does it go 2 and 2 and 2 and keep going for us. If we go to Mara, if you're a 60 guy, you hit it on the 60 and it's still down. So for now, still weak. And you'll see chopping them up inside 15. So it didn't really go anywhere. It's going to set up your inside 30 break in a minute to confirm the 60. So if you hit the 60, you could hit the 30 and add to it or get back in or whatever you want. If we go to Qs, inside 30's up Qs, so they're still firm. And you'll see that does create you a winning position, about $1. In about a minute, you go inside 60 Qs. You'll see SPY. Maybe a 32230. It's still inside day. Doji. So we're not going to have any signals unless that reverses down. But Qs is firm for now. Semis. Semis, you might have a 3, 2 down, 2 up 60 back, off the bottom of the weekly daily broadening formation with an inside 30. But we'd prefer the semis down. You see healthcare's did off the 2215 give you the outside day, which we mentioned a while ago. The favorites are still gold and silver, at least, or not gold and silver, but gold and silver, gold miners with the 60 hammers. And then you have a ton of inside 60s. So Hack ETF closer to taking out those morning highs. So let's see, Pan W, nah. QLYS. A little bit better. And QLYS setting up for next week too, or maybe an outside day. All right, so mine the new 60 flip. Mara starts inside 30s down. MicroStrategy could become a 2230, which would change what's going on. And since it's a gapper, you got what you wanted by making high a day, but then it closes in here. So it's closer to 2230, which reclaims the high a day. Now, is it anywhere near the daily hammer signal changing? No. The weekly? No. Monthly? No. So it's probably just profit taking, as far as we know. Qs on the 30-minute is now a trend. So you can see 2, stayed 2. It did not go RevStrat. Then it goes 2 again. And that's your inside 60 up Qs. We go to SPY. They went 2 on the 60, and then they go 1. Dow Jones 2, and then 1. So it's just tech right now. Mara is still inside 30 down while tech's 2's up. IWM off the 2230 hammer, 60 hammer. So you can see it confirms that 30 signal. So IWM magnitude's high day, and IWM is closer to being green on the day here. Because you can see that 60 is a lot closer to taking this out. And that's what we like. Qs is also a little bit closer now at this point. So we could say the market is firming up. And kind of like we said earlier, how we saw they were still rotating. So you can see they're, selling semis, directly buying healthcare. So it's like sell semis, buy healthcares, and then they bought some gold and stuff. Since they're still rotating, it's not market crash, which makes it easier for those indexes to just recover, which just seems to be what we're seeing now in the third hour of the day, is that recovery kicking in a little bit more with the 60 reversals, which are major signals. So if we go in here, we go to indexes, you can see on the 60s. IWM, reversal. Qs, reversal. SPY is already going up. Dow Jones already going up on the previous hour. Now, right now, Dow and SPY are inside. So it's still kind of conflicted. And when we go to the daily, SPY is still inside day. Dow is still an inside day. So you still have some of the issues there to deal with, but they are recovering. MicroStrategy still good on the 30s. So you can see no 30 reversal down. Like we said, it's probably just corrective activity. Bam. You'll see slight lower low in the 5-minute, and then boom, coming back the other way. And this is how you time it. If you're going to be trying to time, and you already missed the 30, goes down, days green, weeks green, months green, signals all still good. It's probably just stopping these guys out, right back up in there. So let's see if MicroStrategy can really start sticking it to them. If we go to Bitcoin still firm off the 30s. You have the inside 60 still good. If we go to Qs, see the inside 30 still good. Inside 60 good. So now you got some simultaneous action Qs and IWM on those 60-30s kicking in for the index / futures traders. And you'll see how simple it is with IWM. High of day reclaims yesterday's highs, 2 going 3. 2-2 reversal down, which didn't work, reclaims the lows here, 2 going 3 to try to take this out. Now, if it fails to take the highs out, then we're chopping them up and we'd probably get in trouble. But we will see. Long green bars, that looks good. Now that we're coming into around 11:30, we can kind of give you the run through of what is going on today, what's a buy, what's a sell. So if we go in here, we're going to go to the overview. We're going to go to who's 2 up. Oops. And we will filter this by the open. So you can see they're buying genomics, uraniums, biotechs, metals and mining. And if we go in here, these are all 2s up on the day, so we can zoom out a little. So these are all the things they're buying. Now you can look at Qs and IWM and be like, they're not buying Qs and IWM. It's like, actually, no, they were. Because Qs and IWM took out yesterday's highs, the buyers were in there. Those algorithms, they were told at the open, it's like, we're going to buy at this price. Because that's the only way that would have happened. So when these 60s kick in these guys, what it is that initial morning buyer coming back after the gap up sell because of all the stuff we talked about with how the gap up sell works. So it's like they gap it up, sell it, just shy of taking the target. The second 60 flip, the algorithms turn back on to buy, or at least the sellers turned off. And now the buy algorithms, for sure, they're turning on. They turn on here on the 30, and then they confirm the 60. Uh-oh. There it is. Oh, OBS disconnected. But they paid up in the morning. They're willing to buy the gap up. Someone did. It wasn't us, but someone did. Then sellers sold down. They're willing to sell down here. The buyers still might be willing to pay up there, and that's why 3s matter, because it shows you when it goes 3 on 2 like this, it shows you that buyer's trying to come back and do it again. So let them try and take out their targets. Hopefully they can. You do have some intermediary ones here in IWM that have taken out, or it's about to be. 299.59. Oops. But what we can say is these are all your uptrends. So it's like gold is firm still, and pull that up. So we go to gold, still at the highs. Momentum hammer 60. That's another signal, and that's on top of our monthly signal and our overnight gold futures signal we pointed out yesterday. And we were laughing yesterday in the nightly vid. If you watched, we were like, when they're like, oh, who could have known gold is going up tomorrow? Just go watch the nightly vid. we're like, we knew. Before it even happened, we knew. It was beautiful stuff. But get, right? Tell gold to get. And that hopefully gold miners, GDX can kick in 102.97. And if you want leveraged, JNuggers, we want 207. And for now, they're kind of flat. So normally, if gold miners and gold confirm each other, you get really big rips. Gold miners are just flat and gold's going up. It's not as powerful, so we'll see. But we can go and look at these guys. So now, how long do you have? Most traders do this way wrong. You look at the day, how long do you have? I got all day. It's like these days are green. It's like, okay, you have all day to do what? You got all day to try and buy it, right? Now you can sell it because we know broad informations exist. If you get shooter 30s, 60s, that type of stuff, right? You can sell it. But we want to buy this stuff. So we go in here. It's like we go to uraniums all day. We want to look for this inside, right there. Inside 30s up, buy. There it is. Right, go to the 60. Inside up, right there, buy. How do you know? They're buying it today and they're buying it right on the 60. So you can go and do that with them. Or you can look for those slight lower lows. I'm going to lock this in. Or you can look for those slight lower lows, right? So we go in here on the 5-minute uraniums. You can see on the 5-minute, stuck in the middle, slight lower low, there, you're in. Ding, 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 all the way back up. What matters is not, my perfect entry model. Nope, has nothing to do with it. What matters is, do you know where you should be, where it can follow through? Like, if it works, then it really works. And that's when you align those big time frame stuff, and that's all we're trying to do. Is make sure we have those aligned for or in our favor. SPY's going up fast. Gee, I hope so. You can see the TheStrat 30 from here. Still 2 and 2 here. So it did reclaim that 3, but it never reversed. It went slight 2 down, reclaim, flip it long, 2, 2, 60, 2 up, 2 up. So it's closer to going 2 up day. So if you're going to get a big rip your face off rally, it's above 768.15. Because if you take that out, anyone shorting the SPY, they have to short cover into Friday. And at this point, what you could say is you took out all the nearby pivots on the SPY. So because we're inside day, that matters. We took this out just barely. That matters. We want to get above that because those targets help speed things up for us. If we go to Qs off the inside 60, notice this, 17 cents lower, boom, $1.37 higher. That's a nice inside bar signal you got there, Qs. If we go to semis, 3, 2 down, 2 up, there's your reversal. Kicks back in the other way. We got attack. 3, 1, 2 up, kicks in with the semis. So you got simultaneous break across all the tech and semis. So if we go and look at our stats now at this point, we're only 9 minutes into the 60. Look at what just changed. Risk on rotation, defensive sold, indexes and cyclicals leading, semis, uranium, hack ETF, robotics, all confirming the upside. So we go to uraniums, right? Every uranium just went 2 up 60s. Semis, right, you got a few of them. You got NVIDIA, MU, LRCX, so you got some of the big ones going. Inside up NVIDIA, or 2-2 up NVIDIA, inside up AMD, inside up ASML, LRCX hammers up, MU inside up. So you got the big ones going, which helps the ETFs. Then you got a little bit of hack ETF. So we can still say it's not everyone, but you do have a majority in here. And if we look ETF wide, you can see it's like, what's going down? Well, that's about it. Right? XLU is going down. That's it. See what we can get from here. So you can see at the top of the list, USAR, LEU, NNE, and that's rare earth. So that means MP at the top of the list. Again, scrolling at the bottom of your screen, it says MP and Tesla. Just go look at those charts and see if you knew. It's good stuff. ALB's at the top of the list still, too. And what this is doing is this is shorting for all the inside bars and the signals that are up the most. So LAC, DNN, these are all leading the market today. Oklo went 2260, so you can see it's uraniums and rare earths, which is pretty interesting. So we got an MP. Let's see it. Oh, look at Qs, guys. Did you guys know? Did you know that was a 2 up on the 30? Geez, I hope so. I hope you did. There's high day Qs. 3, 1, 2, boom. Anyone short in the morning? Gone. Got him. How do you know? You know what you know. 3, outside bar broadening formation. 1, inside bar consolidation. 2, reversal signal target. Take them all out. Gone. Got him. How are your calls doing, guys? Let's go see what Tesla's looking like for you. Right back to the highs they go. Nice inside day you got there, Teslers. 16 points. Pretty solid. God bless Rob TheStrat. Yeah, I hope Rob's doing good. I bet he is. He's not here. Do you remember that hammer 30 on IDBM we pointed out above that? I do. And we still have 59 likes. It's crazy. Crazy, I tell you. You got all these people who are rebranding the strat and selling it off, and they're like, ooh, cool, critical range theory. Boy, do I like critical range theory. Then they see the strat and they're like, no, I hate the strat. It's like, what? They copied us. It's like, what are we doing? Oh gosh. Bitcoin MicroStrategy edging. Let's see. Yeah. So what we want to say is like when you're looking at this, what most traders will do incorrectly is they'll say it's going sideways. I'm just going to get out. It's like, no, it's still not going down, because what's happening is you have to understand these algorithms are designed to make it so it's hard for you to get in. But if you know the strat, it's really easy for you. It's also designed to get the best fill. And we talk about this almost every Friday, but I'm just going to always talk about it. So if we go in here, real size, how does like an institution actually trade? They have a black box. They do their research. They have their trading models. They have their mandates. They have their analysts, their portfolios, their risk limits. You can't know that. It's impossible. But what you can know, they then decide to buy. Like, I need 2.4 million shares of this. And my average price, it needs to be about $50. This is the order. So then they send it to their execution desk. They're like, ring, ring. Hey, John, yeah, we need to buy this. What do you need to buy? We need to buy MicroStrategy. How much do you need to buy? I need 2.4 million shares by the end of the month. All right, got it. So this is before the new month opens. The new month opens right here. It comes in. They pick the algorithms, and then the engine randomizes the different sizes of the orders. So they're like, I'm going to buy 200 here, buy 100 here, 1,400 here. They're going to time it. They're going to do it. Remember, we always say the second hour matters, second 30 matters. Why? Because they're timing it. They're like, I'm only going to execute this on the second 30 of the day. And that's what they do. So if you go to Q's on the 60-minute, you'll see exactly when they turn those algorithms on and off. Then you go to the venue. It's like, are they going to use dark pools? Are they going to use the lit pools? Different places to execute this. And then participation. What's the volume at the time that we're executing the trade? And then if price starts going, right, it might slow down. If they're forced to execute it because they have to get it filled at $50 or higher, if they're forced, they're going to cross the spread and they're going to buy aggressively at the offer. And this makes a decision every few milliseconds. So in the market, what do you see? It's like buy 500, buy 1,200, buy 300, buy 800, right? Their only job is to buy the shares without anyone knowing that it's happening. But their algorithms are stupid. It doesn't matter how complex you try to make this. That algorithm has to be told 4 things. It has to be told, what symbol are you going to trade? Tesla. This is from today, right? What are you going to do? Buy. How are you going to do it? Take the offer above yesterday's highs. We're not going to sit on the bid. When are you going to do it? This month, this week, today, right now. Go to Tesla. Ready? It's been scrolling across the screen since the morning session, has it not? Let's see it. What are we going to do? Tesla. What are we going to do? We're going to buy. How are we going to do it? Aggressively above yesterday's highs. We had the inside bar yesterday. When are we going to execute the trade? This month, this week, today, anytime the 60 is green, right now. That's what their algorithms are told to do. How do you know? It's on the list and you know the strat. So, what else is going on though? When you have all those time frames up, that's when you know those algorithms are there. So you want to take signals in that direction, right? So all day Tesla, if you're above the daily open, all day, what are you just looking for? You're just looking for a reversal back into that. 225 or 2125 right there. Hammer fiver right there. 225 right there. Inside 15 in the morning here, right there. Any reversal you can get your grimy little hands on, you go take it. And some of them won't work, some will work, right? The goal is you have a tight stop, right? If you're wrong, you lose 70 cents. If you're right, you add to it. You go entry, add, high of day, break even your stops, and then you can let it rip if they're going to go for it. And that's the strat. So when we jump in here, the other piece to this is understanding how these execution algorithms work and how urgency and market impact works. So the same order, 2 speeds. If they're patient, you can see over time, they're just going to execute it really patiently. So their price is better. If they're urgent, they're like, I need it by the end of the week. Like, I need this before Friday's close. I need it bad because I was supposed to fill it at 50 and it's at 55. I need it like right now. I don't want to let this go up one more penny without me in there. This is what they do. Buy, take the offer, take the offer, take the offer. So what's the only difference? The only difference is this one goes up a little and then doesn't do anything. This one goes up a little and then goes up a little more and then a little more, and it keeps going until they fill the whole order. So you go to Tesla. If you take a signal, let's say you go 2125, or you take this, it goes up a little, does nothing. What's their algorithm doing? It's sitting on the bid. It's sitting here at somewhere here. It's just sitting on the bid. It goes down and the algorithm's just there waiting for price. Then it reverses. It goes up a little and then stops them out. So they're still sitting on the bid. And then it breaks here above the morning highs. The algorithm's like, shit, I've got to fill this order. 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, reversal. So they turn them off for like 5 minutes. Like, maybe it comes back. And then it starts coming back up and they're like, uh-oh, got to start filling the order again. 2, blows out all the shorts because the algorithm's like, get me in there. And then they're like, okay, this is way too high. I was supposed to fill it at 350. It's at 361. I'm just going to turn it off. We're going to see if it comes back. Comes back. And then look at right here. Second 15, 9:45 a.m. right here. Inside, boom, 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 boom. All right, it's high a day. I don't want to fill it at high a day. I want to get a better price. Turn it off. Stop them out. Turn them on right here. Boom, 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 boom. That's all that's going on. They're turning them on and off, and you can see them. So if you know that, you want to be small entry, because if it just, you buy it, it goes up a little, it doesn't do anything, get out. Right? You can do that you can do that 10 times. Hopefully you can lose 10 times and keep trading. Because then once you get this one, entry, it stays up there. It's like, all right, I got them. 2, get more. 2, get more. There it is. That's like 100% on 0 DTEs. And you had 1 contract, and then you got 2 more. Then you might have got 1 more. Now you have 4 contracts at high a day. So when it reverses, get out. But you made a ton of money. So when it goes down here and it reverses again, you're like, all right, I took their money before. Let's see if they turn their algorithms back on. I'm going to take their money again. 2 here, get in. With a tight stop. Add to it, goes instantly. Add to it, boom. And then it goes up. It starts coming back in, so maybe you defend it and reduce it. But you don't have to get out. Because you're using their money, not yours. So when we go in here, we look at Qs, right? What Qs do? Inside, 2. So they turn them on here. 2 again, get more. So it's like you trade 1 contract here, and then you can add with 3 more here, and then boom, now you really make hay. Because trend is just 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, right? It just keeps going 2. So when you're looking at these big charts, it's like gold. Reversal, Wednesday, 2, 2. Geez, Alex, why did it gap up? I wonder. It's almost like it's trending. It's like 2. It's just still going. That being said, we're not seeing gold miners really going yet, but same thing in here. 2. Slight gap down, 2. So what's happening in here? And how can you leverage these algorithms even more so to your advantage? Well, if you know where they're buying, right? We know they're buying gold for sure. Gold miners for sure. When this gaps down on Thursday, what are their algorithms thinking? They're like, oh, it gapped down. I can get a better price. So then they jam the whole order at the open. They're like, get me in there. This is the best price I'm going to get. So look at what they did. If we go to 1 minute. Look at what they did. They gapped down instantly. Boom, it's up almost 1% in 1 minute. Why would that happen? It gaps down. They're like, I have to fill a 10 million share order. It's like 1 million shares at the offer now. It's like, boom. 2, 2, 1, 2, get more, 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 2, get more. Reversal, get out. That's the strat, baby. That's pretty good, isn't it? By the way, Qs, give us high day, Qs. We're so close. We're so close to you blessing everybody. And you can see it's like 2, 2, 2, 2. Stop them out. 2, give us high day. Come on, Qs. Do it. Tech, still good. Do it. Semis, right, meh. Not as good as the Qs. SPY. Anyone short yesterday? Uh-oh, above 766.87. That's where we're going. We're going to take your stop out. We're going to get you. Oh, this is so good. How are you guys doing on the index longs? Let's see. By tracking Qs and seeing the 30 reversal today, how would I trade NQ there? You just buy it when it reverses and you hold it if it stays good. There, all you have to do is understand if you execute on a reversal, if it's above that, you're in. If it's not, you don't want to stick around. That's it. Now, you can't just go trade every reversal. You have to know where the broad information is. That's why we like a 3. 3. There's your broad information. This is the low of it. That's the high of it. So when it goes inside up, we prefer the rev strat down just because this is bright red. We prefer the outside day. However, if it's enforced, that's still reversal up. So then when it goes to here, that's inside 60. Now the 60 reverses, that's going to change the day if it's successful, which it is. Because the 60 is a major signal. And that's why we prefer, when this is inside 60, we would have preferred to create the momentum shooter to go down here. But since it closes up here, it's closer to go in reversal, take these guys out, which it does. That being said, gold miners is getting close to breaking. Gold is at high day still. We do see profit taking Solana. Bitcoin, let's see. A little profit taking Bitcoin. So you can see they did go up and then they came back in. So while the indexes firm up, they're buying some of the Qs. Looks like they stalled out. But you can see, look at that, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Go back to IWM. Off the hammer 30. Boom, there's your first target. Still shy of taking out the daily highs. But now when we go to Qs, by the way, that's your magnitude. 3, take out both sides of the range. New lower low, come back in, take out the other side. Now, the magnitude on the day, since that worked above yesterday's highs, is to take out 721.50. So if you can hold 714.94 today, we want to see it keep going, which means every 2 is a trend, right? It always confirms or negates. So when this went 2 here, they bought it. Then they came back to buy more, 2 again. This 60, they bought it here too. What if they come back to buy more again? That's something we might want to know about. Same with the 30s, right? 5 minutes, we're going to get the new 30. They might come back and get more. That could happen. And we do have this outside week here. So again, this is a weekly broadening formation. This is a daily reversal from the bottom of the weekly broadening formation. That does matter. Now, since it's Friday, it's setting up stuff for next week that we'll have to see if it confirms, but we will see. SPY blowing them out. Dow Jones 2230 still good, and 22 day. Anyone short Dow Jones yesterday? Gone. Those shorts have to get out. So you can see the Dow's working on it. Got the new 30s open up shortly. So if I miss the broadening formation, for the time being, by the way, we're good. So I'm good with what we've done today. So we're just going to spend the rest of the time. We're going to talk about educational stuff. We'll probably continue to talk about charts, but just so you know, my focus is going to change a little here. But let's see. So Alex, if you miss the bottom of the broadening formation, say on the 5 minute, you want for another broadening, or you wait for another broadening formation to form before entry. So this is the thing. We have to understand it's not a pattern, right? Everyone's been taught to use the pattern. Like they're like, look for the fair value gap pattern, or look for this pattern. It's not a pattern. We need to think in terms of scenarios. There's only 3 scenarios that can happen. So instead of saying like we have to wait for the broadening formation, what we would say is we just wait for corrective activity. So like, for example, Qs. If we go back in here, if we're looking at the broadening formation, we have that outside 60. So we have higher high, lower low, and then it starts kind of climbing back through here. Now, on the way up, what we would say is if we're looking at this, right, if the 60 is green, as far as we know intraday, when the 60 is above its open, the buyers are more aggressive. So when we look in here, the 60 is green here, the 60 is green here. So when we're above that, anything red is corrective against the 60. Doesn't mean it's not reversal, it just means it's corrective. So when we look in here, it's green on the 60. Any signals at the beginning of the 60 tend to be less powerful because it's closer to the open, it's just not going anywhere. But later in the 60, more powerful. So when we look in here, we look for corrective activity. It's like bright green on the 60, and then you get slightly red bars in here. Then you look for a reversal back up. So what could corrective activity look like? It can look like this. I'm just going to show you some like picture perfect examples to nail it home here. It can look like this. So for example, bright green on the 60, and let's say this is like a 15-minute chart or something. Corrective activity can literally just be this. That's it. 2 up, 2 down. This is a lower low, bottom of your broadening formation right there. 2 up, right there. The break of that, gone, gone, gone. There you go. That's what corrective activity is. So the question is, which lower low is going to do it? So when we when we're thinking broadening formation terms, if we blow this up to a bigger time frame, right? It's like, let's say we're using this monthly. So we look at the 60. It's like at the beginning of the month, you tend to get this kind of chop and things will take out both sides until you start going. It's like, now we're going. Okay, now we're green on all these time frames. So broadening formation, if we, let's say, get a new broadening formation on the 60. So we go 1, 2, 3. There's your new broadening formation here. And then take out the lows, take out the highs, take out the lows. So if we look in here, what's happening? It's an outside day. So it's scenario 3 on the day, and that's the broadening formation. So let's say we go hammer 60. We have a hammer 60 after a lower low to a 3. That's a broadening formation. So if that kicks in, the second that breaks, the week, the month, the 60, they're all green. The day goes green. Bam. Anyone that was short in here, there they go. So we're just thinking a 2 on the day with a 60 hammer the other way, that's a 2 going 3. And it has continuity. So you don't have to, per se, you don't have to have this beautiful broadening formation. However, we like this, right? We want to see this go small and then bigger, bigger, bigger. Because when you have that broadening formation, it increases the evidence you have that it should work. But you don't have to have a broadening formation. It could be like this, right? Like we could have, let's just say it's something like this. It's like, is this a broadening formation? On a 60 basis, get slight higher highs, slight lower lows. But most people wouldn't draw this out as a formation, right? But what is it doing? It's making a lower low to this. So it's becoming a 2, and it's taking this out. So it's a 2 down day, taking this out. When it rejects that, it's a broadening formation going the other way. There's your 3 on the day. So we just want to think in terms of 1, 2, 3. And if you do that, you don't have to get stuck in pattern trading, which is not what we want to do. We want to think in terms of like cues. We go 2 on the 60, we break high a day. That's breaking the range, right? So let's just say it goes inside 5 minute and it goes down. That is higher high, inside 5 minute reversal from the top of a broadening formation, the top of this 3. So we don't need a pattern trade it. We can just look at the conditions and know what's actually true. That being said, you do have GDX inside 30s, double inside. Gold is still high a day. So here it is, right? Boom, right when that reverses, now you're forcing anyone that bought into high a day, take profit. And that's why we call that magnitude, or that was our target to take this out. And now that reclaims the morning highs. So look at cues. Red week, red day, red 5 minute. So for 5 minutes, there's that weekly, monthly, or weekly daily seller maybe trying to stop these guys out. But you get what I mean? Because that way, what you can do is you can go to you go to GDX, right? So you can go here on the quarter, and you don't have to be like the master broadening formation guy. You just got to be at 2. When this was red, it was 2 down, bearish. The second that's green, going the other way. So this inside week, right there at the bottom of that, boom, off they go, right? And you go to the month. Goes 2, going 2 on the quarter, going 2 on the month, and then 2 the other way, right there. 80, 21, boom, back through the range you go. Right? So it's not a pattern, it's conditions. A 2 can go 3 on the quarter, which means a 2 down can go 2 up on the month to do that on the quarter. So hopefully that makes sense. And then it's just a matter of, what are you going to trade? And that's where your universe comes in and whatnot, because you can't trade everything. And that's why we have, if you look at the top and bottom of your screen, that's a universe. The top of it is your Gapper universe. The bottom of it, that's your Lotto Friday universe. So we go to MP. If this is your universe, there's your daily signal, 2, right? What did this 2 do? Again, we're not pattern trading. We're looking at conditions. Goes 2 down week by a penny, and then starts coming back. Where's it going? Last week's highs, because a 2 can become 3. So 2, hammer, right there. Boom. Target, target. So you had 3 broadening formation inside, down, comes back through the broadening formation, completes. So on the way there, if you know this is a 3, anytime this is above 5668, the daily open, you know it's going up there. Therefore, anything below or anything red is corrective. Red 5er, corrective, bam, right there, gone. Red 5er, slight lower low, 3, bam. 2, 2, and then shooter, flip it short. And you could flip it short because it's profit taking now. 1, 2, 2, 2 down. It's green, starts coming back in. 2 up, flip it back long. 2, 2, 2, momentum hammer. 2, 2. And then you could be like, all right, I got that. I'm going to go golf. Thanks, Alex. Thanks for the list, right? And you're good to go. And that's all you do. And then on a losing day, it's like you don't add to your winners because you didn't have a winner to add to, which makes your losing days very small if you're doing this properly. If you have big losing days, then that's a problem that you're going to have to chat with me about. And you're going to have to show me what you're doing. But in TQs, right? Still reversal down for a minute. But notice this seller, 60 still green. So this seller, albeit it's profit taking, not really doing much yet. But there's truly there's no better other way to do this, because the only way you're going to hold winners long, like if you get this reversal on Tesla, most people are not holding this to 370, let alone back to $450, because they have no idea that it becomes a 2 down here, then it reclaims, and now it's going 3 the other way. It's like, that's exactly what's going on. They have no idea. And it's above every open, which means it has to be going up. So you have to make sure you're aligning all the truths. You need 2s going 3, and then you need reversal signals, and you need corrective activity. Line it all up. I'm surprised GDX hasn't exploded here. Above 102.88, that's momentum, but it's a 212 30 minute to cause inside 60-minute momentum. It should just explode, honestly. I have no reason to believe that wouldn't. The only thing we can say is it's a doji day, so maybe there's not interested, but gold's going up. This should be going up too. Here it is on Qs. There it is. Bam, takes them out. 2, there's your short. And then 2 again. Below this, that'd be continuation. Now you can see it's a 5 minute. Why does that matter? Because every 5 minutes, that changes. So although the 60 is green, the 5 minutes red, which means right now on the 5 minute, seller's more aggressive. And if we go to the 30, 60s, you can see everything lined up. See how this worked, right? So look at this. So you have the 60 broadening formation on Qs. The 30 flip was right here, 714.60. So that's why you can take that inside fiver right on the flip, and you say, all right, boom, tight stop it. If it works, it works. If not, so be it. It's like my stop's already break even. Can't take me out. Not for a loss, anyways, if you're doing that. So do you sell puts? That's a great way to do it. Great way to do it. Because what you can do is, this is not something I have shared yet, and by the way, I just want to show you the Qs here. So look at Qs, right? 2, 2. So we'll say that reconfirms. Let's see if they keep selling or not. But let's pull it up. So there's something called mother bar issues. And if you're going to sell options, this is one way to do it. And you could do, iron condors or whatever the heck, all the crazy names for all that stuff. I'm not the best at it. But I know if you sell options, right, you're collecting theta, so I'm not dumb. But if you look in here, what you look for is this. You're like SPGI, look at this on the month. You see this? Puke goes inside. The second this opens as a 1, you sell the puts and you sell the calls. And then when it goes 2 up, still inside of this. Goes 2 down, still inside of this. Goes 3, still inside of this. Goes 2 up, still inside of this. Goes 2 down, still inside of this. You can just sell those options every month. And you sell the strikes here, you sell the strikes here. Or another way you can execute is if you expect something to go up, obviously you can sell puts to collect the premiums on that. So let's just say, if we go to GDX, when this goes 2 down month, the second this opens inside green, since it's inside, you could say you have evidence that it's no longer going down. So you could sell the put strikes, the 70 strikes, or whatever the at the money strike. You could sell the opening strike, 75 put. If you sell that put, you're good to go. That thing's gonna expire at 0 for sure. And you could even sell, higher up here puts. You could sell last month high puts, do whatever you want. But that's not a bad way to do it. If you have a lot of capital, selling options is a great way to enter positions and a great way to just make some income we had an idea back in the day for once traders joined us, like you need a minimum of like a couple $1,000 or something. And the idea was we give you one of these mother bar strategies where you can just go sell. Like, look at this. So you go into WBD and you sell some options, or you sell some spreads so you don't have as much capital requirement, and you use that to pay for your monthly subscription fee. So we just cover the fee for you with a free strategy you join, or maybe you set it up and then you join. That was one idea, and I still think that's a really good idea. I just haven't messed with it much. I bet the win rate's really freaking high, so I'm really interested to try that out. On inside days, reversals are more likely to happen. Absolutely. Yeah. Because what's happening on an inside day, by the way, Q's is coming off the highs, so you nailed it if you're with us here. 5 or 2. 2. See if they keep going 2, right? Add. Take them out. Now it is inside 30, so be aware of that. But you're setting up a rev strat. So it's like, I bought it here, it hits my target, reclaim, flip it short on the fiver. There it is. You get them up and down. And then if it goes rev strat 60, get more, right? Go through this to go outside day. That's, oh my gosh. Please give us the rev strat 60 today, Q's. Oh, that would make it such a good morning, guys. Holy moly. Nice 2-1-2 fiver you got there, Q's. Got him. I'm buying the breakout. Nope. No, you're not. Didn't work. But inside days, reversals are more likely because what's happening is this. So if we look at Qs, this is what an inside day would look like. You get 1 bar's range, and then you're stuck in the middle of it. So it goes down, then it goes up, then it goes up, then it goes down, then it goes down, then it goes up, then it goes down, then it goes inside, then it goes up and down, right? It's like you're just going to get demolished in here. Now, that doesn't mean you can't trade a 1. It just means you got to know when that's happening. Because if it's in here on Qs and you're nowhere near high day or low day, anyone short can stay short. Anyone long gets to stay long, so nothing happens. This Friday is much more fun. Yeah, last Friday wasn't as fun, but man, we told you guys 2 again on Qs. So here it is. Another 2. You can see right away they go profit taking, so you can defend on that. Be like, boom, just going to reduce some of that. Or maybe it's like entry, add, 2, you try and add, and then you reduce like 80% of it and see if that 60 sets up. It's another way to do it. But you have to realize what an inside bar is, right? So if we were going to draw an inside bar without an inside bar happening, what would it look like? It would look like this, right? So price opens, then it goes up, then it goes down. Then it goes down, then it goes back up. And it's going like this. So you can see if we look at the day, right? If we look at the day, this isn't an inside bar, right? It's just a bar. But this is what it would look like. It's like ding, 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 ding. So what's happening in here? The broadening formation is getting bigger, right? So over time, what's going to happen is it's going to go boom, 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 boom. And then it's like, oh, I'm going to try and buy it. I think it's going up. Stopped you out. Oh, I'm going to try and sell it. It's going down. Stopped you out. I'm going to try and buy it. Stopped you out. The strat doesn't work. I quit, right? And then you quit, and then it goes boom. And you're like, oh, I missed it. Oh, the real move. No, right? And notice what happens. It's really tight, and then it goes higher highs, lower lows, higher highs, lower lows, higher highs, breakout, boom, gone. This is what a rally looks like, 3-2. So when you look at any chart, when you get outside of a 3, or outside of any range for that matter, right? That's what a rally is. So when you look at like Qs, let's just go to COVID. Look at Qs, right? So you get higher highs, lower lows, stop everyone out. There's your big outside bar. And then once it's ripping outside of that, look at this. Biggest bull market you've ever seen in here. That's pretty good, right? And that's why when you have a 3, you got to stay out of that. Qs breaks up here. Looks good, yeah, but if it reclaims, best looking chart in the world turns into the worst looking chart in the world. And if you look at the month, we'll see what comes next month, but same thing. It's like 2-2 month. Yeah, that's great, but it's got to stay up there. Comes back in. Nope. Didn't work. It's not a 2-2 unless it's up there. Because, and I wish there was a way to do it that would make it make more sense. Because a lot of traders, they for some reason, they struggle with the fact that you get a 2 and it has to stay 2. Like this is 2, it's staying 2. This is failed 2. This is 2. This is staying, or this is staying 2. This is failed 2. Right? Do you see the difference? Very little. Which is why you can have, the best looking chart in the world. Destruction. If you look at a news move, every time news comes out, that's exactly what goes on. So very, very important that you know that. And then once you just have to understand it. You have to be like, oh, that's true. Outside bars exist. All right, got it. So when you're looking at a chart, it's like, pull MicroStrategy down. It's like, all right, inside bar, breakout of high day. All right, I know outside bars exist. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to stop out, right? If it doesn't work, I'm going to get out and make my 4 cents, whatever. 2-2, where's it going? Well, it rejected high day. Where's it going? It's trying to go to low day. Now, is it likely to do that? That's a different question because the month is green, the week is green, the day is green, or actually the day's a doji. So they're not really doing much. It'd be more likely that this is probably just stopping people out before trying again. But yeah, it's in the description. And it might look, compared to some other groups, it's slightly more expensive, but I really do believe that it's worth the price if you're actually coming in and you're learning to apply it. A lot of people, what they want is they want us to come in and be like, all right, here is my one pick, and everyone, let's follow the leader. And it's like that works if you're all robots and not people. I am under the impression that everyone's unique, different, has different goals. And if that's not true, then you can correct me. But some people's goals, I want to trade the 1 minute. Some people's goals, I want to invest. I want to buy gold last month and then still be holding it now. And based on your goals, you're going to listen to different things we say. I might say something, you might be saying, no, I'm not doing that. It's not in my trade plan. And that's perfect. That's how it's supposed to be. Because if one of you guys is a foot surgeon, another one's a neurosurgeon, and I need the foot surgeon to do neurosurgeon stuff, that's not going to work out very well. Right? It's not going to work out good at all. So, what we do is we want to customize it to you and what you're doing, what your goals are. And it can be, right? You're an investor, short-term trader, long-term trader. You want to sell options like we just talked about that. There's so many things you can do with the strat, but you have to not lose in silence for number one. If you're losing, stop trading and follow. We put this out for free because we don't want people to lose. Fix your trading. Follow this. We'd rather you take 1,000 stop outs and lose very tiny money learning this than go in there and just lose your whole account. Because what most traders do is they go in, they're like, oh, I'm not making money, so let me trade more because more trades is more money. It's like, no. Stop trading, figure out why you're not making money, and then let's start trading again after practicing. Like, look at Qs. Inside down, short, 2-2 reversal, flip it long. Right there. Now, when we look in here, the one thing we got to be aware of is the range is getting a little tighter, inside 30. But maybe it sets up that inside 30 for the 60 flip in, 13 minutes. So we'll see. What I would imagine is this goes 2-2 up. It's probably not going to take this out, more than likely. So if it's not going to take that out, you might chop them up in here a little bit. That being said, let me check the Discord. JPM took the day down. Let's see it. So what do we know to be true about JP Morgan? Wow, I've been so amped up today. My coffee is still full. Gosh. JP Morgan, below the monthly open, the monthly seller is more aggressive. Below the weekly open, 2-2 week with a magnitude to take out 350.84. Today, 2-260 on the second 60 of the day with a magnitude to yesterday's lows. We go to the day, goes 2 on the day, and you'll see on the 30, green against the weekly open. Inside 30, red, back in the direction of the week and month. Boom. And then inside 30, green, corrective against the day and week opens because the day is red. Goes up the second that comes back in, 350, 309. Bam, there's your outside bar rev strat. And then you had the 2 up, 2 down right there to add to it. That's entry 1 Entry 2 on the rev strat, entry 3 here. Bam, takes them out. That's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Let's see. Give me 1 sec. We got 130 people in here. That is nice. Nice. Thanks for everyone joining in. Does this group mostly swing or day trade? Both. Everything. This is the thing. We are not like any other group. We're just not. Because we are here to help direct you towards what you are going to do with your trade plan. So everyone here knows the strat. And once you know the strat, time frame doesn't matter. Now, different risks come into play when you trade those bigger time frames, but it doesn't change anything. The strat's the exact same. So we're doing everything because in order to day trade, you have to look at swing trading time frames. You can't just look at a 60-minute chart and day trade. It's not going to work. Because, for example, if you're just looking at a 60-minute chart, look at Qs. You're going to get destroyed in here. Doji, 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 doji. Destroyed. You have to know what the bigger time frames are doing. And you can see Qs goes 2 up. Chop them up, right? And they're stopping guys out in here. Now, as we come into the next flip, we still got 10 minutes. So maybe, you can see the inside fiver down here. It's still good if you're holding on from there. But you got the 2-2 fiver below this. So 2 down, 2 up. This is corrective. Then maybe the 2 down, back in the direction of the red 30. Setting up the inside 30, setting up the shooter 60. And I cannot overstate this enough. The rev strat is what we want. This is exactly what we are looking for when we are trading. We want to get the rev strat, the 1-2-2. So we'll see the next 30, the next 60 in about 10 minutes. But that's a setup we want to know about. And if we go to the weak stuff, semis goes 2 up, and we're like, no, we don't want to buy the semis. Why? It's bright red on the day, right? I don't want to buy that. So semis 2-2 back down here, 30s down. That's a short. So we go to AVGO. AVGO rev stratting the 60. So you can see it went up. And then it came back in. So notice, chop them up inside of this green bar here. Then it went down. It didn't really go anywhere. Went up, reclaim, then it goes back down, trying to go take this out and this out. So in about 9 minutes, maybe the rev strat there sets up an AVGO too. We still have that outside month there we want to see. By the way, we go to MicroStrategy. We mentioned it's likely just corrective activity. There's your reversal back up. So like we said, turn the algorithms off, stop them out. And then 2-2 back up. They finally kicked them back in, creating the hammer 30, reclaiming this, and then inside 60 MicroStrategy. So they're still grinding there. If we go to gold, it's still pretty much at high day. Momentum hammer 60 with about 8 minutes left to go. GDX, I'm still surprised this isn't rallying here. You see the buyers are in there. There must be some type of seller that's sitting on the offer, trying to exit some of that long from earlier in the week. All right, let's see. How do you deal with news candles? Most of the time that's going to happen from, well, this type of action most of the time is going to be when you're inside. So you can see how we have that inside 30. But the reason those news candles, they can be tricky is because you need to make sure you have stops in there. And this is why we preach that you need to have a stop in there. Because if you're in there and you're short, you can see it makes a slight lower low by a penny. The second it does that, you have to have a stop because you need an out. If the broadening formation goes against you, when this goes hammer 2-2-1er, bam, everyone just gets stops out, right? So you have to be aware that that does happen. And with how we trade, even if there is news, we shouldn't be a part of this huge giant move against us, ideally. Now, let's say if we were short from higher and we have a break-even stop, it'd probably hit that. But you want to have the stop because you might be like, oh, no, it took me out and then it went without me. It's like, okay, well, that can happen. For one, get back in. Because how would we get back in this? 3, 2, with the inside 30 and this 260. So it's like we can just get back in. We should never be scared like, oh, it's going to stop me out and then it's going to go without me and I'm going to miss this huge. No, not at all. Because we know how to get in. So use some stops and just make sure, right? Make sure you have a stop in there. But even that, like you could say this is news all you want. Everyone's like, oh, what's the news? What's the news? Inside 30, that's the news. It made a slight lower low. Here's your broadening formation. 3, down, up, slight lower low, didn't go anywhere. Bam, go the other way, stop everyone out, and then boom, stuck in the middle, chopping them up inside 30. When you're inside, this is what happens. And that's why people get destroyed with news. They're like, the news came out, it's up, and now it's down, and now it's up, and it's like, wow, what's going on? Like if we go to AVGO, they had that news in the morning, right? News comes out, it initially goes down, then it goes up. It's like, oh, it's a buy. And then it goes in here, it's like, stops me out, stop me out, stop me out, stop me out. Oh, I'm not trading AVGO anymore. All right, finally, it breaks here, miss the whole move. This is why people get destroyed because they have no idea when you're getting stuck in here. If you're on a 1 minute and you're like, I'm going to use my little fair value gap, blah 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 blah, right? You can do that. I'm not saying you can't. What I'm saying is just get stopped out and be like, okay, something's going on I don't know about, and then you go in there and you're like, well. And it was a 5 minute we pointed out this morning, right? This double inside fiver destroyed, right? Completely demolished. It's going back and forth really fast. That's what's happening when you get these inside bars with high volatility. And then we said, right, the break of this, when it broke 370 to break this, there it is. That's your real move. And then since it stayed out of that range, 369.29, you can see they went high, low, triangle everyone out, stop them out, stop them out. Then it's coming back down, trying to stop them out here. Yeah. Well, here's the thing with the inside bar you have to understand. The inside bar is where new price discovery is birthed. It's like everything you can think, everything that what's a good way to put it? Well, I guess the best way to put it is like what's true. When you go inside bar, price discovery stopped. Because no new prices are being discovered. You're inside of a previous range, which means the previous range is the price discovery. The inside bar is everyone's like, yep, nope, that's perfect. That's exactly what it's worth. We finally did it. Because if you didn't know, all prices are trying to do with price discovery, they're trying to find equilibrium, which is an inside bar. That's equilibrium. So when you go inside bar, everyone's like, yep, our work here is done. We have finally found out the best price for AVGO. It's about $369 to $365. That's about the best price we can give you at this point with all the information we have. Then someone comes in and sells below here. And they're like, well, I actually think it might be it might be worth a little less than that. And then they only had like 100 shares to sell. So they sell. And then the buyers are like, well, this is actually kind of cheap. Bam, all the sellers get stopped out. Buyers get in. And the buyers then take the offer and they buy above here. And they're like, well, maybe it's actually worth more than what we agreed on before. And then it comes back in and they're like, uh-oh. And the sellers are like, now it's really expensive. I'm going to sell it here. Bam, right? And you're just ripping back and forth and you're destroying everyone in here. While it's chopping back and forth, it's creating that broadening formation. So you can see when you go inside, what you're doing is you're creating this new area where they agree. Or you could think a whole new group of traders, because the first hour group, the sellers sold, buyers bought, right? Both things happened in here, big wicks. But everyone's like, all right, I'm selling it here, I'm buying it down here, and my stops are in. All right, done. It's like, we did it. Then it goes inside. It's like, all right, hey guys, you shorted at high day? Yep, I did. All right, where's your stop? Just a little bit above the highs. It's over here. All right. Long at low a day. All right, yeah, my stops are below the low a day, maybe a little above, a little below. All right. I'm long against this. I'm short against this. It's like, okay. And then these guys jump in here and they're like, I think it's going up still. It's like, is it? It's nowhere near taking this guy out. Nowhere near taking this guy out. So you get a whole new group of traders where the buyers are like, I think it's going up. I think it's going down. I think it's going up. And it's going to do that until it breaks out. And that's what the breakout is. It's when the formation actually resolves. Higher high, lower low, higher high, then break out the lower lows, gone. Take everyone out. And that's all that's happening. So when you look at any market, you'll see it trend, then it goes inside, and then it restarts. Then it'll trend and go inside and restart. So if we go in, we look at something like this, right? So you get a big uptrend, right? Goes inside bar, and then it goes 2. It's like it's restarting. It just went 2 again. It's still trending, right? And then it goes inside. Or let's say it goes like this. It goes doji, goes down, does not make new lows, goes up, does not make new highs. What's this? This is a 2-hour inside bar to these 2 hours. So if the signals fail, that's another way that you form an inside bar, just on a bigger time frame. So here's your inside bar. Then it goes down, fails. Then it goes up. There's your higher high to this now. So here's your price discovery restarting. You had the 2-hour inside bar, slight lower low, higher high. And then let's say it goes up, back down. Boom, there's your new broadening formation. It's getting bigger. And everyone's like, oh, it's going down. You think? Gone. Right? And it's like, oh, it's going up. It's like, all right, inside bar. Inside bar. Oh, it's a bull flag. Is it 2, 3? Boom, everyone just got demolished. There's your outside bar. So you can see why, price is hard if you don't know what's going on. Because this happens all the time. All the time. You'll get a penny higher and then go the other way. Like, look at AVGO. 3. So doji inside. Then it takes the highs and the lows. Then the new bar opens. Boom, this is the real move. Is it? Goes up. 3 the other way. Boom, everyone's out. And it does it after chopping everyone up. It's like, oh, you think it's going up? It's going down. It's going sideways. Oh, I'm never trading AVGO again. Oh, I missed it. Let me just try and buy it here. Oh, there goes your whole account. Gone. So we go to Qs, right? When it's inside bar, this is why it's harder to trade that. So why does this go 3? Well, it went 2 down. It hit the target, lower low, and it was still a 1. So it goes whamp. And now look at the 60. This is why we need the 60 red. So we have retracement, right? It's inside, but it's red. So it's retracing the buyers. And then what we'd want to see is, since this is our 3, it gives us the range. It's like anyone that's trading here, they're like, oh no, I'm not touching that. It just took me out of here. And it took me out down there. I'm not touching that at all. The ideal scenario is like we go inside here and then we chop them up and break out. So maybe it goes inside down and breaks out of this right away. We'll see. But ideally we chop them up in here a little bit more. Gold, some 15ers at high day. Yep. Tesla will go up to the top before coming down again. We'll talk about that in a second, but let's see. Top of what? And this is why the 1s, 2s, and 3s are important. Because if you're like Tesla weekly going to weekly magnitude ? I would know exactly what you're talking about. But I have no idea. Go up to the top of what? Are you talking about the monthly broadening formation? Are you talking about intraday? You don't look at the daily? No, we do. At this point, I can pretty much put all the time frames together in my head without, like, I could open a 60 and I could tell you what every time frame looks like just from here. But no, we do. I only have this intraday up because when you're intraday continuity is 60, 30, 15, 5 minute. But I have the 15 of Qs and other names up at the top of my charts over here. If you look in here, I have all these guys up at the top. Okay, I'll do it on Bitcoin on the 60. Let's see it. Yeah. So you can see, what's Bitcoin doing? 1, 3, 1, 2, goes nowhere, 2. What's it doing? Chopping them up. So why? Inside 4 hour. You see? So if you don't use multiple time frames, you're going to be like, why is it chopping me to bits? It's like, well, you're kind of stuck in that. Unless you can get out of that. That might not end up helping us out, right? And which means MicroStrategy might chop them up too, if that's going to keep going back and forth. Better to have 4 time frames? Yeah, at least 4. The minimum is 4, which means you can use as many as you want. And that's a good thing. Because then you can be like, I'm going to use the 5 minute, right? So you can go on Bitcoin here and be like, I'm going to use the slight low 5 minute. I'm going to get it right there, right when it goes green. My stop's here. All right, got it. And then if that works, I'm going to add on the 30. And then if that works, maybe I get another momentum 5er. I'm just going to add on that. And then if it goes 4 hour, then I'm going to get that. And if that works, I'm going to hold it for another 3 hours. Right? And then that's how you really kill it. Because now you're ninja, getting in there at great prices. And one of the best traders we have, Powers, he trades millions of dollars of position size on intraday stuff. Like, he's killing it. That's what he does. He's ninja guy. But he goes ninja on momentum stuff. So he's like, so yesterday, we've mentioned it pre-market stream, I believe. But yesterday, and what we did was this. And you can see just how clear this gets now to you, right? No one else explains it this way. Look at this. So you can see, they went down. You could have got it in here off the inside bars, right? Inside bar here, and that was good. But it failed to make new highs, which means price discovery failed. Then it goes down, reversal, failed to make the new lows. Price discovery failed. That's your inside bar right here. So they chop them up, destroyed. Goes up, that's the real move. Nope. Goes back down. Is that the real move? Nope. Goes back up. Nope. Goes back down here. Look at what it did. Let me blow it up a little for you. Price discovery failed to make the new highs here, failed to make the new lows here, which makes this what we're stuck inside of with this. So it goes slight lower lows, and then it reclaims right there at 110, and you're in. So if you get this from 110 to 113, you can hold it, looking for it to keep going. So now it's 122 at the highs. Right, that was good stuff. And that's why we're looking at it today, to see if we could get some more of that. And that's why if you nail it down here, right, you could also get it on the 30 reversal. But if you nail that, this inside 30, that's an add. So you can risk their money into that instead of coming in and just, being stuck to try and trade momentum as initial entry, which is not ideal. If you go to Qs, still mother bars. So see this 3 doji, inside doji, slightly redder. So the seller did sell in here, and then green. So you can see it's going back and forth, back and forth. Monthly on Tesla? Yeah, so this is how it works. So it's always about evidence, right? What's your evidence? At this point, Tesla still hasn't reversed, right? It's up a lot, but it hasn't reversed. Now it's closer for next month if it goes inside month up. But, however, the way this evidence works is notice. It's really simple. See how this red month, 421, anytime that was red, trades to 320? So the evidence is the open, right? If we're below it, that's your evidence. So we look at Tesla, our evidence this month is that open. So as long as that doesn't change, yeah, it's trying to go this month. It's trying to go back up there. As long as that doesn't change. So you have 10 days, and then next week, you also have a new weekly open. And that matters because the week, it was green here, green here, green here, which means this is trying to go up into here. This week, and this week, anytime it was green. But every week is a new week. So they could be buying all month and then, oh, just got my last shares. All right, filled my whole position. Right, we go back to the urgency. It's like urgent, oh, I filled my last share. Last week of the month comes in, and then they're like, all right, that was it. That's all I needed to fill. So you have to know when things happen matter. You can't just jump in here and be like, I'm going to buy Tesla because I think it's going to $500. It's like, no. You got to make a winning position, which is why this daily works so well. Inside day, boom, there's your winning trade from the open right there. Or the red day here, the gap down, get it there. The red day here, get it the next day. The red day here, get it the next days. This is what we call corrective activity. That week is green. The month is green. So these red days are profit-taking corrective activity for the short squeeze the next day. So unless you have it from a better price, it's hard to profit from, this long green bar. If you had it from this open, you'd have that. And then next month, you want to see that inside month up. And remember, since price discovery restarts when you go inside, like SPY here, you got to be above that. Because if you were to come back in, that could cause some issues. And look at SPY here. It's like we're teaching you on price discovery. Do you see this? 1. All right, we're stuck in the middle. 1 penny lower, slightly higher. 1 penny lower, slightly higher. There it is. Reversal, bam, lower lows. Tries to go up, tries to go down. Reversal, walking it way back through here again. Do you see it? Chop, 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 chop. Take them out, take them out, take them out, take them out. That's exactly what it's doing. Over and over. Still not confident about drawing broadening formations. I would highly suggest watching this stream back, but it's not about drawing broadening formations. It's not it. It's about understanding when price comes back into a previous range. Understanding a 2, if it fails, goes 3. You don't have to be a drawer of broadening formations. This is what you have to understand. Let's see if we go like 50-day. Sometimes it'll let me do it. Other times it won't. So let's just look at an 80-day chart. So look at this. And why am I pulling this up? Just to show you that it doesn't matter what time frame you're on. It's not about the broadening formation. It's about this. Price made a lower low to this low. Then it reclaimed that low. And the strat is born. There it is. When price starts coming back into the range, anyone short in here, anyone that got stopped out, they got to get back in. Bam, right? Up they go. And this is why this inside day is so powerful. You're going back through a range. Go back to MP. Look at MP, right? 3 goes lower low. That's why this rev strat on our watch list is so powerful. When that breaks, you're going back through this thing. You're trying to go back up there. So knowing a 3 is a broadening formation. Knowing that a 2 that reclaims like this, lower low to this low and comes back, that's a broadening formation. If you're swing trading options, how far out of the money do you go? Depends. Like on the gold miner stuff, I was way out of the money because I knew it was going to happen. And it's still not done. I'm still holding on. Like, we'll get the face in here for the last part of this. But as far as like where your contracts are going to be, what you want to make sure that you're doing is understanding what an option is. It's just giving you the ability to buy or sell shares at a price. So if I buy a call of GDX and I buy a $100 call, then it's giving me the ability to buy 100 shares at $100 on GDX before the date that the contract expires. Doesn't mean that I'm going to buy the 100 shares. Just means I have the ability to do that. So if GDX goes to 110, I can buy 100 shares at $100, which means I make $10 for every share I buy and then sell at the current price. So it'd be $1,000 that I would make. Therefore, by the way, GDX breaking out of this, you want to know above 103.18, you want that to stay up there, by the way. Gold still high day. Let them go. Let them fly. But that being said, if that's all it is, all you're doing is you're using leverage to buy shares. It's like you have the ability to get the shares there. So if I have the ability to buy them at $100 and it's trading at 120, then every dollar or every share I buy, I can make $20, which means I can sell that contract to someone else who wants to buy the shares, and they're going to give me $20 a share for that contract because that's what it's worth. It's the intrinsic value. So when you're going and looking at options, you want to gauge the magnitude. You want to know the strategy. We know outside bars exist. So when GDX goes below 78 and then it goes back above 78, we're like, all right, GDX, you're going to $117.38. You're going 1 penny above this. So if you're going to do that, and you're going to do that probably within, the next, let's just say month, right? It's probably going to happen within the next couple of weeks. But if you're going to do that within the next month when it reclaims that 78 level here, then what does that mean? I want to have an option to buy 100 shares of GDX at a really good price. Because if it goes up there, I want the option to buy it at much lower to sell it up there. So if I buy a 90 call, how in the money would it be? It's like I buy the 90 call and I get it, 3 months out, 6 months out. It would be worth $26 per option or $26 per share. So if I spent $500 per option contract, which it was way more than that. I think they were priced into they might have been $1,000. So I spent $1,000 per options contract. You divide that by 100. That's $10 a share. So if it goes $26 above that 90 call strike before it expires, it is now worth $2,638 intrinsically because I can buy a share at 90 and sell it at 117 and make the difference. So choosing contracts is just understanding magnitude and understanding when things are really going to go. Like we've been screaming it, like buy gold, buy crypto, buy gold, buy crypto. We've been saying it for months and it wasn't going up before, which is why, we got good prices on our stuff because it wasn't going up before. We got it before it happened. But by gauging magnitude, we know it's going up to all-time highs because broadening formations exist. It's going to do this, right? It's going outside bar on the bigger time frame. If we drew it as a broadening formation, you'd see it like this. Since we know that, we can load up on those contracts, the 90 call, the 100 call. We know it's probably going 120, 130, 140. It could go 200 is for all I care. It's just at least going up there, if not way further. Therefore, when you go and do this, you just want to think, how long realistically will this take? And then add some time onto that. It's like, if you think, let's say you work at 8 in the morning, it's like realistically it takes you about 20 minutes to get there. It's like, wouldn't it make sense to get there 5 minutes early, just in case there's traffic, just in case something happens, or maybe just leave a little early, right? Same thing. You want to make sure you buy at least a little extra time. It's like, I think this will happen probably by next year. It's like, all right, let's add another couple months on that, and then you're good. And then the strike price is just a matter of where's it going, and then where do I want the shares at? GDX starting to break out, so it's trying to. But hopefully this makes sense. You don't have to be a drawing broadening formation guy. You just got to know 2 becomes 3. And this is an 80-day chart. This breaks tomorrow. So you could take the 2T reversal tomorrow. Like, pretty good, huh? Let's see. What is a triangle day out? Triangle day out. You first have to understand what is a triangle, because that answers your question. Because the word's in there. Where is it? And by the way, these are free. TheStrat.ai. It's the Strat docs. And I believe if you type it in Google, it comes up. Yeah, right there. You can see the Strat price action framework. And I don't know why they're not using our stuff, but eventually they will. So if we go in here, you can see it's right here. Why we say try. So try, it's faster. Try is 1 syllable versus price discovery broad information sequence. That's 13. So we want to be fast. And we are built such that we can all communicate. We all know exactly what we're saying and what we're looking at. So we all know what a buy is and what a sell is and how to do it. Therefore, the triangle is because it looks like a triangle. It looks like this. You have a price. It could be the opening price. Could be a low or a high, but you have the price. It goes higher and then it goes lower, and there's your triangle. Bang, bang. Draw it out. So you can see there's no triangle, then there's a triangle. And then it does it again. Triangle back up. And this happens all the time. So you'll see price makes a high. High or low, so it wasn't a low or low. but this is still a triangle. And I wouldn't draw it like this. And I actually might remove it. But this triangle right here, triangle number 4, this is a triangle. And what it is knowing price does this. It's like price makes lower lows, then it makes higher highs. So what does that mean? It's like price makes higher highs, then I buy it, then it makes a higher low and I get stopped out. That's what it means. So what do we want to do? It's in the higher highs. I'm going to wait. Triangle they out right here. Triangle number 3, they out. Who's out? Anyone that bought into the highs, they out. So now I get in. There's the higher high. So what it means is I want to buy it here and sell it here. So when we go to GDX, do I want to buy right up into high a day on the 1 minute? No. I want to triangle they out. Where's the triangle? Dink, dink, dink. Right there. Triangle they out. Nail it. And then hopefully they go. Or where's another triangle? Right here. Goes up, higher high. Goes lower low to this low. There's your triangle they out. Higher high, then lower low. So here's your slight lower low. There's your triangle. And then climb it all the way back up. Right? Just grind it all the way back up there. So if we look on the uptrend of this, you'll see where's the big triangle, right? It gets really clear. So it restarts in the middle. Triangle, 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 right? Really tight. Tight stuff. Then the triangle gets bigger. Here's your triangle now. And then it does it again, like this. And then it does it again, like this. And you can see how they're getting small, and then it gets really big. And it goes like this. And I know these drawings can get kind of nuts, but maybe I just use the triangle tool. So here it is, triangle they out. So who gets triangled out here? What happened? Here it is. Are we serious? I've clicked it 3 times. Is TradingView glitching out? We're going to refresh the page. Hopefully that works out. By the way, Qs. Sorry, I didn't tell you about the break, but inside 30 down Qs. We're waiting for that. So here. So you can see 3 triangle, 1, 2 right there. 312.15 causes inside 30 down, which is going to cause potential RevStrat 60. Now it's only got 40 minutes, but that's still enough time to trigger that. So it's good to know about if you're going to trade the Qs. And if you made money on the way up, you can try country western is what we call that. Try and take them back down and see if that works out. Let's go back and see if this fixes it. Still? Are we serious? What is going on? Oh, hey, it finally loaded. So you can see though, triangle. So it actually started by going. So it started, but like this. So it goes up. Triangle they out. Boom, stopped them out here. Then it goes up again. That's what triangle they out is. And then it goes up. Anyone short in the morning? Triangle they out. They're stopped out up here. Anyone that was short against this stuff and against this stuff. There's your triangle. Then it goes all the way back down. Triangle they out. Anyone that was long in here, they're stopped out here. Then it goes all the way back up again. Oh, isn't this just great? Triangle they out, right? We're still waiting for this high, but from this low all the way back up, you know it's trying to do this big one, right? And you can see it's a broadening formation. Higher highs, lower lows, higher highs. So when we know price is going up, it's like, is gold going outside, 80-day chart? Let me go back to the quarter. Anytime gold was green on the quarter, it's going up this quarter. Anytime it's green on the week, it's going up this week. So what do you look for? Triangle they out. It's like, they're buying this week. All right, triangle they out. Let's get in there. It's like, how would you do that? Right here. They buy on the 30. Triangle they out. Comes back in. All right, I'm in. Put my stop there. Let's see if it goes. That's pretty much about it. How would you get in? It's like, goes up. Slight, very tiny triangle here, right? And then boom, triangle they out. Who's they? Right here, slight lower low. They out. All right, me, get in, go. And then you'll see gap it down, triangle layout. Who did triangle out? Anyone that was long in here, they're gone here. Bam, all 3 races, they go. Right, and then in the end of the day, they get stuck in the middle. This is that price discovery restarting. Triangle layout on the here. Who'd they triangle out? Anyone trying to put a stop against this, and then boom. You see? So if you're not thinking this way, what's going to happen is you'll be like, oh, gold looks like it's going up today. I'm going to buy high a day. Boom, stop me out. And then it goes without me. It's like, but I thought it was going up, and I thought the strat this and that. It's like, well, you got to stop them out first, and then the strat's going to kick in. And then when you're thinking about it, all it is a 2 down going 3 on the quarter here. And then all it is a slight lower low on the day here. That's triangle layout. Because anyone that bought yesterday stopped out here. Then it goes back up. And then the triangle got bigger here. And then they triangle out again. Anyone who bought and put their stops against this, they're stopped out here. Then it triangles back up. Then it triangles out again. Anyone who bought in here, they're stopped out here. And then it gaps up overnight. Now they got to get back in. 2, 2, 2. You see? So there's endless opportunity. It's just a matter of making sure you're timing the triangles properly. Like Qs, I don't want you buying high day here, right? We knew it was going to high day back in here. And then once the triangles get smaller, look at the Qs. Remember we were pointing out what the Qs was doing? Look at how tight this got. Do you see? Inside, goes down, then it goes up, then it goes down, then it goes up, then it goes down. Destroyed. If you're on a 1 minute, you're like trying to time things in here, you're going to get demolished, right? But this happens on every time frame. My beautiful face is blocking it. Oh, sorry about that. Oops. Here it is. So paired with continuity, is that triangle layout strategy on its own using actionable signal for an entry? Yeah. Yep. Well, like what you can think is, since we know triangle layout, how that works, the strategy that would make the most sense is we have every reason to believe the stock is going up or down. So what would that mean? It'd be continuity, right? It's like Tesla. It's like by the time we're like 2 weeks into this, it's nowhere near changing the month, nowhere near reversing the week. So any lower low in here, it's not real selling. It's just triangle layout, stopping them out. Therefore, the optimal strategy is once you get the lower low on the day, this is the triangle layout. So what do you want to do down in here? Well, you went up, then down. So you're at the bottom of the triangle. You can time it there. You can literally time it at the bottom. So how would you do that? You would take a reversal after the lower low, ideally at the lower lows. If you're going to nail it, here's what it would look like. Or you take a signal more specifically, but you see it goes 2 down, 2 up reversal. That's not a signal, but then it goes double inside right there. That's where it is. Because triangle layout on the day, the week was red, but still making higher lows on the week. It wasn't a reversal. The month was still green. So the day, when the day flips green here, the 60's green, the month is green, and then the weekly open is right here. This is that weekly open. You can try and nail that, and if you're right, the week goes back to green, and now the buyers are defending that, and you can see they're off to the races. And that's a 1 minute, right? Can you do that on a 3 minute, a 5 minute, 15, 60? You can do it on anything, any chart you want. Here's the 3 minute hammer signal right there. And it never comes back. Look at that. And then how would you get in? It's like, oh, I missed it. I missed it all the way up in here. I'm going to chase it. Why would you not want to chase it right here? Triangle layout. Triangle layout. This is a triangle. Do you see it? Went down, then up, then down, then up. I'm going to buy it here. Destroyed. And then you'll see they restart. Right? They tried to go lower low. They failed to do it. They tried to go higher highs to this. Failed to do it. So the triangles restart. It's slight lower lows, slight higher highs, slight higher highs, slight lower lows. And you can see they're building this formation in here. They tried to make the higher highs in here. They failed to do it. So you get a smaller or sub triangle. And I'm going to draw them as broadening formations. It just makes more sense to me. My eyes. Right? But chopping them up and then lower low right here. Lower low. And that comes back in. That's when you want to nail it. Bam, right? That's a pretty good one. And then you can continue to do that. Obviously, these shorter term time frames, the way you're going to make this where it's like, I get it here and it never comes back. The way you would do that is by making sure when you take it, it goes back to the highs and it triggers something. Like if we look at the chart, the daily breaks here and never comes back. Why? Because we had the inside day signal in the direction of all these time frames. It's still going right now, right? You could still be long. You have 3 hours left, the rest of the week left. So when we're looking at this, if you're timing triangle day out, it would make more sense that you're doing it where we have the daily signal here. So where's the triangle day out? It goes up, slight lower low, right there. Bam, you're in. And then if you're going to try and get it here, 3, slight lower low, right there, you're in. 3, inside bar, that's red, then you're in. There's a million ways to get in here. So if you know the daily signal that's scrolling across the bottom of your screen here from pre-market, if you know that's there, you can just fight your way in and do some battle. And if you're late, you're late. That's okay. Let it go up first. And then triangle layout, get yourself in there. And just repeat. Rinse and repeat it. If we go to gold, right? If you didn't have gold from any time this month or this week, could you have bought it today? Yeah. Right? 3, triangle layout. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, right? And what did we say this morning? We're like, we really want the gold. We really want the gold. Why do we want that? Because look at these monthly bars, gold and silver. That's pretty good. And you see silver, 2, 1, 2, boom, takes them out. So up they go. Gold miners, they're still working on it. Inside 60's up, so they're breaking. Buyers, those algorithms got turned back on. Mara doing the opposite. You can see here, inside, slight lower low, slight higher high, reversal right there. Trying to go outside day still. So they're having some issues in the WGMI, which is your Bitcoin miners. Solana's still firm. Let's see what Q's is doing. So we can see Q's. They did take them down, but then they reclaimed, so it didn't work. If they're going to try and take the 30s and 60s down, nada. So there's still doji day, and notice we're 2 hours into the day, it's a doji. This is where you'll get destroyed because since that didn't work, there's only 2 options, right? If we go in here, this RevStrat 30 changes the day, and then you have a winning trade today since the day would be green. And you'd have the reversal. So you could try the RevStrat. If that doesn't work, you're still inside 60, and you're probably going to close that way. It's like you're nowhere near changing this. And since it's a doji day, since it's still bright red week, it's like this is less likely that you're going to have this huge ripper into the afternoon. It could happen if we can break out that morning high again and stay up there. But if we go to tech is still red on the day, so there's still a lot to change there. Semis, nowhere near changing that day, so they're still having issues too. AVGO did go RevStrat 60 down. These 2 bars are an outside bar to this broadening formation. What was I gonna say? So yeah, Wise 1D deer, wiser, wise wonder. I don't know how to explain it, or how to say it, but to add, when you're thinking about time frame continuity, what you need to understand is that it's a double-edged sword, because what it shows you is everyone's doing the same thing, which is good if you got a ton of losers on the other side, which is why we pair it back through a range. That's why we want a 2 that's going 3 instead of just being 2 on every time frame and breaking out on every time frame. We want to be going 3 because what you're doing is you're going through losers. So, for example, if we go to GDX, right, the reason this is up so much is because we went full time frame continuity here, 74.32, the monthly changed. Therefore, anyone short the past 5 months, they have to buy, period. And what you can kind of think of is like every stock, you have this pool, and I actually have I have it here. So you have this order book, right? The order book is, I guess, what you can think of how price moves. It's like a buyer takes the offer, they cross the spread, price goes up. Seller hits the bid, or they sell. If a seller sells lower, prices go down. Simple enough. In crypto, it's a little different, but it's a similar idea as far as how the shares change hands. So look at this. In crypto, you swap. So it's like if I wanted to buy, and this is really important, it's why you'll see like things like XLM. I think it has swaps. I could be wrong. I know for a fact Solana does. But it's why you'll see stuff like this happen. It's like boom, right? And it happens and it trends really long and hard. What a swap is you have a liquidity pool. So it might be dollars. It's like you have Solana project and they have a bank account with dollars in it. Simple way to think about it. So if you give Solana dollars, they give you Solana coins. So you can see a swap is just swapping your dollar for their coin. That's all that's happening. Now, if we think of this for stocks, it's not this. Way different. It's order book. But when you think of shares, price is an aggregation. And this is, I was like sitting in the car the other day because I've been really spending time on how a trading algorithm should be built with TheStrat. And this hit me. So price is an aggregation. What does that mean? It means for every buyer, you have a seller. Okay, why does that matter? Because a company goes public and then they have like 1 million shares or 1 billion shares. And then they're just changing hands. It's like you have the buyers on this side and you have the sellers on this side, kind of like this order book. You got sellers here, you got buyers here. And everyone's like willing to buy or sell this stock at a different price. So what happens is, for example, when Solana is above all these opens, what the buyers are doing is they're like literally jumping over each other. They're like, I want to buy the stock. And it's like, get out of here. I want to buy the stock. And they're fighting each other to get as much stock as possible. And therefore the sellers, they're kicking back. They're like, oh, this is great. I get to sell at whatever price I want. I offer it at 100. They want to buy it at 100. I do it at 200. They still want to buy it. This is crazy. But you have this big pool and it's always changing hands. It's like you have the buyers on one side and the sellers on the other. So you always have it changing hands like this. So what you can think is when you look at a chart, and we call it a used to be somebody, what's happening is this. All the buyers, right? They're buying, and then all the buyers who wanted to buy, they bought. So what are they now doing? They're all taking profit and selling. At the same time, you have guys who bought the stock, and they're like, you have short sellers who want to sell short the stock. So they're like, hey, buyers, you have a ton of shares. Can I borrow your shares? And I'm going to short the stock. And you're like, yeah, sure, dude. I'm going to hold this for like the next 5 years. You can short the stock all you want. So you give them your shares and then they go in short and they bet on the market going down. And they're doing that for a while here. Then the 2-2 reversal. When that reverses, you can think of it like you have this big pool of sellers and they're all short in this range. And the pool of buyers that was there is smaller now because you just stopped out a ton of buyers. So like if you had the pools, it's like you have buyers, you have sellers. It's like before it was kind of like this, like there's no one short and everyone's long. And then when it starts changing direction, the shorts start piling in and then the buyers start stopping out. Now it's like this. So when continuity changes, when that month is green and then it reverses, what's happening is the buyers are like, now's the time to get in. I couldn't buy the last 5 months, but now I can get in. It's going up. So it's like this. Versus if you're going directly to the highs, you can think there's like no shorts and the buyers are like this. And you're going straight to all-time highs. It's like just like this. Like there's no one losing. Everyone's just buying at a higher price. And that's like a Ponzi scheme, right? It's a little different. Because you buy it and you just want to sell it to the next guy. Versus, everyone's short and then completely inverts. And that's why this goes so fast. Even though, the implied volatility probably wasn't 40% in 1 month, was it? No. So if you think about it that way, that's why triangle day out is so important. That's why these big time frames are so important. Because you want the stock where everyone's like, no, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. Like when I was, let me pull it up. Where is it? You guys ready to see this? And just keep that image in your head of like the pools of the buyers and sellers. Let's see. If AI is a bubble, what is a bubble? no one's short, everyone thinks it's going up. It's just like you have the pool, no one's short, everyone's long. That's a bubble, right? It's like if AI is a bubble, then what should we be looking at? Everyone that sold short gold, which is an inflation hedge, right? But it's also some other things, which we're not going to discuss, but pretty much inflation hedge. But it's also required if AI is going to be true, which is interesting. Then you also get a huge ripper with crypto. It's like, what's crypto? It's like everyone's short crypto and no one wants to buy it. So why would that happen? It's like, well, if everyone's selling gold, it's like it's just the sellers, and everyone's selling crypto, and then the AI bubble pops, it's like, what happens? Now everyone's like, oh, where am I going to put my money? It's like, maybe I should go put my money in these things that are all down the most. Now, that's a good strategy if it actually works out and the buyers show up. And that's why you need continuity. Because once this month gets nice and green, you're like, oh, baby, these buyers, like they're going to jam these shorts. They are screwed. Then you go to Solana, right? It's like, chop them up. Oh, Alex, you're way wrong on crypto, blah, blah, blah. Lower low, reclaim. All right. Anytime this month is green, anytime this week is green, oh yeah, right? Two. You're just, everyone's doing the same thing now. But all the shorts, they got to get out. So if we were to look at like a liquid pool of what Solana looked like, it would look like they're taking a lot of coins, right? And there's a lot of dollars going in. Like if we looked at the market caps on Solana, I bet it's up billions, which means like there's a lot of buying going on here. Let's see. We got another question. I don't know how long I'm going to stay here. If we had 100 likes, maybe I'd stay longer. I'm just kidding. So do you look at fib retracements at all? No. And there's a reason. It's because it's been refuted by the man who discovered what the strat was. And those refutations are right here. So if you want to see why, here it is. Fibonacci, the claim. Price retraces and extends in Fibonacci ratios, 23.6, 38.2, 50, etc. The test. Apple 2024. The swing is real and unambiguous, right? The low of this, and then the high of this. And we draw the ratios. And you can see price reaches only two of them, cuts through both without pausing, turns at blah, 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 right? It's just a ton of levels on a chart. So Fibonacci extensions, right? Doesn't add anything to this. So what is this actually? This is what we would just call pajama stripe trading. So here's Wells Fargo. Let's use real Fibonacci levels. Look at all the tests. It's like, oh, it's my support and resistance. Blah, blah, blah. What's actually happening? Broadening formation. Higher high, reclaim. So it blows through your level, then it reclaims. Lower low. Then it comes back up into the middle. Then it goes inside. Then it goes higher high to this high. Comes back in. Then it goes lower low. Then it goes higher highs. And then it goes lower lows. And then it goes higher highs. And it's, oh, my levels. It's like your levels are getting blown through. Now let's generate 5 random levels. Boom. These are actually better than the fibs. So what is it? A waste of time, right? You don't need it. And you say crucified. That's what Rob would say. So what grows in its face? Magnitude is not a ratio. It's broadening formations, right? It's not these ratios that price is trying to go to. Price is trying to make higher highs, then lower lows, and then higher highs. That's what it's trying to do. So there's no reason to use them. Now, what do we actually use fibs for? Measured move. What's a measured move? A measured move is this. When a signal occurs after a strong trend. So for example, and you're going to see why this is so important to understand now, because most traders would say it's up too much. Crypto's going to turn over. You've seen that on Twitter recently? You probably have. So let's look in here. Price goes inside, goes 2, that's a trend. Goes 2, that's a trend all the way up here. And we could measure it out either to the high of that or the open and close, right? Doesn't bother me either way. And we'd go like this. So we measure the initial move. Why? Because this is the level of aggression of the buyers here. Algorithms get turned on, right? Institutions like buy Solana, do it right now, do it this week, do it this month. Okay. How much do you have to buy? It's like, well, I got to buy all this first. Okay. And this is the measure of the level of their aggression. It goes up 1 point. Okay, we go inside bar. When this inside bar breaks, I'm expecting at least 1 more point from this break. That's a measured move. And then it goes much further because we're doing it back through a range of guys who are short. We're doing it into the level of aggression that's high across every time frame. The buyers are more aggressive. And we're doing it back through a broadening formation, right? All of this stuff. That's all good stuff. So it goes much further than we expect. And now we measure the whole thing. And we're like, all right, so from here, and you can measure this, from the start of this trend, we can measure it from here. It's more of it's a rough idea of what we would expect, right? Goes inside, goes 2 down, hammer. When this breaks, the measured move is from here all the way to there. There it is. And then, right, it gets even bigger. And you can measure it from this to this. I'd be fine with that. Or you could measure it, if you wanted to, you can measure it this whole entire thing. And the way you do that is you go to the 4 hour. So you go into the 4 hour. See 2, 2, 1, 2. So when this breaks inside up, look at this. Measured move would be the break of this bar back to 93 because the initial trend goes 11%. Then it goes inside bar, actionable signal to cause price movement. Breaks here. Boom, there's a measured move. Another 10%. And that's all it is. So that's the only place we're really going to use fibs. The other way we would use it would be to say, when is something actually in momentum? And it would be this. So if you use the 0.5 of the range, if you stay in the upper half of it, what it shows you is the retracement's incredibly shallow. So it's like you're stopping some guys out, but it's mostly, you'd say, like people that are trying to just short this thing thinking it's going down when it's not. And it's not actually changing anything. It's like they're really aggressively buying. Then it goes inside and it's like the buyer's still here. It didn't retrace at all. They're just sitting on the bid. They're like, Solana goes down. Perfect. I can finally get it at a lower price. Because they're trying to buy the stock or the crypto, whatever you're looking at. So when it goes down, they're like, I'm going to get more. So it comes back up. And they're like, oh, damn it. Now I have to pay up again. All right, pay up. Boom. And then same thing here. And then they pay up. And then they go inside. And the same thing here. And then they pay up. And they stop them out. And you can see it's just repeating. What makes it work is so many others use it. Wrong. Can't work that way. Because, and I don't actually know if I have that refutation in here. Yeah. So it can't be self-fulfilling because if it were, everybody would queue at the same levels and it would never trade again. Someone has to break price, which means buyers have to pay up, sellers have to sell down. Therefore, there's no self-fulfilling anything. Because if everyone's using the fibs, then it would come to the fib, everyone would be like, all right, this is our price. And then they'd buy, and then everyone would be like, all right, we're done trading. So there has to be something else going on. And I'm not trying to be mean. I have nothing against you. My point is, you have to focus on what is true. Because if you're gonna go into this is like, you could think of this as it's kind of like a sport, like being a professional sports player. If you're gonna be a professional sports player, wouldn't you want to know the rule book? Wouldn't you want to know, like, if this whistle or this flag comes out, what it means? Very important. And you probably wouldn't want to walk on the field and be like, oh, like these guys, they can't see me because I wear black, stripes on my face today. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, we need to make sure we're focusing on what's true. No, it's impossible. So that's the thing. You can't have edge decay because the strat it's not a strategy in the technical, like normal sense where it's like, I put all these indicators together and then therefore I generate a 55% win rate over this years. And then eventually the algorithms catch on and now it doesn't work. It's like, no, the way it's working is everyone's short and then we change direction. Now they have to cover. That's it. And price has to, like, you can't, if price is going 2 up on Solana, the only way it's going down is if it goes 2 back down or a 3. Can't happen any other way. And the fact that you're thinking about edge decay means you're thinking about it wrong. You need to analyze data. The strat is the tool to analyze data. Everything else that comes from that is your personal, however you're applying it. But the winning position looks like above that monthly open, it's a buy this month. Above the week open, it's a buy this week. Anytime the day is a green, it's a buy today. Take reversals in the direction of that. When you do that, go back through a range of guys who are short. They have to get out. Like, it can't not work this way. It's too efficient. This is how it's going to happen. because the edge is not, oh, like I put all these indicators together and I have this win rate or that. The edge is, I know Solana's going up or down. Therefore, when it goes down on this time frame and these guys get short, if I look at my monthly chart and I'm like, well, it's actually not going down. So they're wrong. So when it reverses back up, those guys have to get out because it's going up this month. And therefore, whoever shorted in here at 7 p.m., when that breaks, they got to get out. And if you do that enough and you use tight stops and you time the broadening formation, you're never going to lose. And if you're losing with really wide stops and you're getting in and you're not adding to winners, never going to work. Because price is more likely to go $1 than it is to go $100. So how are you going to get this? Well, you'd get a small position here on the turnaround Monday, right? Reversal. You try and get more Tuesday. You try and get more Wednesday. And then when it's really going in here, any actionable signal you can get your hands on. Then you try and get more Thursday, and then you try and get more Friday. How would you do that? Anytime the day is green, it can't be going down. So every time you have a group and it's green here above this, you know it's going up from 77 to 85, which means at 77, this outside hammer right there, when that breaks, there's your signal. 2, then it goes 2 again, get more. 1, 2 again, get more. 1, 2 again, get more. 2 again, 1, 2 again, get more. Get more, get more, get more, get more. Reversal, get out. And that would be the whole trade. Entry, add, get out. I didn't trade Tesla because it's inside month. So you could say I'm not going to touch it because it's inside month, and I would say that's okay. But you have to understand, just because it's a 1 doesn't mean it's not moving. It just means it's a 1. You have to know it's a 1. Because if this was 1 and it was a doji and this goes inside day, it's not going to do anything. But the fact that this inside day broke 12% above the month open, it's a much more powerful break because the measure of the level of aggression of the buyers is from the monthly opens to when that broke here. So from 350 to 310, that means the buyers are willing to pay up $40. So they might be willing to pay up more than that because a measured move exists. So if we look in this, you can look at this and you could say, well, it goes up, right? It goes up to here. And that's, well, let's just do it from the monthly open, right? So it goes from here, goes all the way up, then it goes inside. So since measured moves exist, these buyers are really aggressive, and then it goes inside. When that breaks, it could just, just keep going. The buyers are still buying, but it has to stay above that daily open. So as long as the day is green, they're buying this month, they're buying this week, they're buying today. We know that for sure. It's an inside month, yes, but it's a 2 on the week. It's a 2 on the day. Anytime the 60 is a 2, this is still trending. So 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So this week, today, and anytime here, it had to be a trend. This month, it's a 1, yeah, but it's green. It's coming back through. You guys have to remember the time factor. What do you mean? Like when things happen matters? And that's true. Like what we would say is, so like when you have a signal, if we look at, and this is maybe the last thing we'll discuss here, but when we look at Solana, the measure of the signal strength is not like, oh, I have the perfect this signal, that signal, this signal, and that's good. Like we want to have like a daily reversal that triggers the week, that triggers the month, right? We want that. But the measure of the strength happens from the open, and the open lasts until it closes. Most traders have no idea about this, and even the straters, like they're scared to hold winners, but that's completely wrong. Power's here, yeah. So like when this goes 3-2 at the beginning of the day, this is 3 a.m. You have the least amount of evidence it's going up today. It's going up yesterday. It went up this week. It's going up this month, right? So when that breaks, you have evidence, but you have the least amount. When that works, and it goes 2, and now it's up here, you're like, uh-oh. Now they're buying today, this week, this month, and right now. So they turn those algorithms on. So if you get an inside 30 signal right here, when that breaks, boom. Now we're up 6% on the day. Why does that matter? Because a measured move exists. So when this signal forms, you're measuring the strength of this buyer. Like they're really aggressive. They're super, like they got muscles, right? They're strong. So when this breaks, it's like they're still here. Boom, up and away they go. And everyone's like, it's up too much. It's up too much. I got to get out. And that's why it keeps going. They get out. And then inside bar again. And you do that until the week ends. You do it until the day ends. You do it until the month ends. Which is why you can go entry, add if it works. Or entry, get out, didn't work. And you can have a tight, small entry. You can have 10 shares here, and it goes like this. Then you get 10 more. Bam! And now you're like, wow, I'm up a ton. Let's get 100 more right here. Bam! And let's get 1,000 more here. And now you're risking all their money up into this stuff. And you're just piling it on. Liquidity sweeps? Yeah. The problem is, or maybe not the problem, but the liquidity sweep guys, their issue is they don't understand time frame continuity. And they don't understand the broadening formations to the extent that they could. Because what you will see them, like you'll see them go like this, right? This is what they'll do. They'll be like, all right, we swept my liquidity into my fair value gap, and they have a nice solid entry here. And then they go like this. Entry, reduce, reduce, last piece out here. Wrong. Because when you're entering, when you nail it, and then it goes reversal 15, get more. It goes all the way up here. When it comes back in, you can reduce, right? Once it starts coming back here, you can reduce it. Goes 2 down, 2 up. Take all the money you just made, put it right there. Boom. Now you're the longest you've ever been when it's up here. Then, instead of going to Twitter and be like, look, I nailed the bottom and I nailed the top. It's like, then you go like this. I just took all their money. All right, got it. 2-2 reversal down. Let's hit them the other way. Right? And then you can hit them in here. And when it starts going 2, going 3 against you here on the 15, then you can just cut it. You're like, all right, I'm out. I wanted this to go all the way down here, but it went 2 going 3 against me. I took a little bit extra. I'm out. And then chop them up, chop them up, chop them up, chop them up. Because now you're stuck back in the middle. So if you ever see a guy who's like, I got the perfect exit. Look at I exited and then it dropped 20%. It's like, why don't you just flip it? I mean, you nailed it. It's like, buy, 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 buy. All right, exit up there. Flip it short. See if you can make it the other way. Because we know broadening formations exist. So when we go into the pivot machine gun, we know this happens. Like, I got the perfect short, and then I covered it right at the low. It's like, trigger, reverse it, bam, there's your broadening formation. You shorted it down, flipped it long, made it all back even more. So you took their money down and up, and you might be able to do that more than once, too. That being said, futures go inside 60s down. 5 minutes till the flip, though. So you can see this goes inside 60 down. You have a 60 broadening formation. You also have the intraday chop 'em, shop 'em up in here, destroying these guys. Let's see. Slight lower lows, slight higher highs. So although it's 60 down, does that stay down? Gold? Yeah, I'm not surprised about it. Like we were saying before, if you don't have gold miners going with gold, tends not to be the strongest, but you can see what they did, right? They did what they're supposed to do. So the inside bar breaks up, and you would not say this failed. This did what it was supposed to do. Inside bar takes the high out. There's your higher high. Broadening formation completed. Then it flips red, flip it short, takes out the lower low to this. Broadening formation completes the other way. So we go in here on the 5. You can see you try it to the upside, goes inside, 3, 2 up. That should have just went. 2 down, reversal, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down. Boom, there's your outside bar. 2-2 reversal there, 103.09, 102.47 target. Now what we'd say is this is triangled out. How do you know? A 3 is a broadening formation. So guess what happens in 2 minutes? In 2 minutes, you could go lower low, reversal 5er, back all through these guys in the direction of that week and month. The only thing is, since we're getting towards the end of the day, it's still a doji day. It's like, right? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see on the back ender of that. But let's see it. And we also got to share Tesla's. Where is it? That's really weird. Did I delete it? Oh no, there it is. Most of my money made today was on gold or GDX. Nano futures will be, yeah, I'm interested in them. I think what would be fun one day is if we come on. What I'm hoping for, I'm really hoping for it. And I'm gonna not use you guys. I was gonna use the stream that we've got today and mention if you do want to trade futures, make sure you are following trade_funded. I don't know the exact date that it's coming out yet. It's been a while, but it should be coming out soon. And they're going to have one of the best models where if you actually do make money trading, or if you're planning on it, it's going to be one of the best firms. So go and make sure you check that out. But what I'm hoping for is they launch, and then I'm going to get some accounts, and we're going to see if we can just live trade those accounts on stream with those nano futures or those stock futures and do that. That sounds really fun to me. That all being said, though, thank you guys for tuning in today. I think I'm looking at my screens above. I think I'm going to end up calling it a day here. We do have the new flip, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some volatility here. Let's see it. What do we got? So you can see Qs after chopping them up, nothing. So you can see whenever it's a 1, you're just going to get destroyed in here if that doesn't become 2. If you go Dow Jones inside 60 closed out, IWM inside 60 closed out. So either side of that gets your attention because remember, price discovery restarts when you go 1, right? And then the flip is the flip. So either side gets your attention here. What we'd prefer, since we see the series, higher highs, inside bar, we'd prefer go lower lows since we saw that. But either side of that would get attention. And since you have all the indexes doing it, you'd want to watch all 4. GDX right on the flip, they're still selling. So see 3-2. So now the broad information is getting bigger below that unless they can reclaim it. Bitcoin. You see Bitcoin still doji's chopping them up in here. Inside 4 hours, still true. Yeah. What I'm hoping, I think Trade Funded is going to have like 1-day passes like that you can pass in 1 day. So what I'm hoping is that we can get on like on a Tuesday or something and then pass it in a day and then trade it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and see like maybe how much we can go for or how much we lose, right? If we trade really aggressive, we'll see. But that's going to be probably all from me today. So, we picked a very good time to start just talking education because those inside 60s on Qs, right? They really start chopping them up. So it's like first hour, second hour, third hour, pretty good, and then stuck in the middle. So how are we going to get outside of that? I don't know, but that's up to you to see. Just watch those broad informations, see how they do it. Thank you guys for tuning in today. And again, if you want to check us out and support us or join us, or you want to work on your trade plan and have access to us throughout the week, go to TheStrat.ai. And if you go there, that's where you can get access to our docs, get access to our community. And the community is where you get access to me and Sarah personally, where we can help you out. But thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys soon.